Trump National Golf Club is bathed in midsummer sunshine, and our 48 players and 12 teams are all ready to sparkle. Wherever you're watching around the globe, welcome. It's day 2 of the LIV Golf Invitational Bedminster, and it starts now.
The game of golf can be lonely, isolating. Each swing and every putt comes with unrelenting pressure on the individual. But like anything, those wins and even those losses are sweeter when shared with others. That's the power of teamwork. No longer are golf rivalries just one-on-one, individual versus individual. Now, they are team versus team, country versus country. Just a few short weeks ago, the first stop in America crowned its champion in epic fashion.
What a snap! What a moment for Brandon Grace!
Today, the journey continues on the doorstep of New York City. 48 individuals battle the constant pressures of this game, knowing they play for something bigger.
Every single shot matters for the livelihood of the other players.
You know, it just makes every shot more critical.
For themselves, for their country, for their team. This is how we live.
The bustle of Times Square, the colossal Manhattan skyline, and the energy of America's most vibrant city are just a few minutes away. But NYC has nothing on what's happening in the Garden State this weekend. Our Day 2 leaderboard is loaded with major champions. Names you know, including Koepka, Keimer, and Johnson, start the day chasing down Patrick Reed and Henrik Stenson. New faces like Bachara Kongwat Mai are disrupting the field. At the same time, the Four Aces and the Majestics battle to stay on top of the table in the team competition. We're moments away from our shotgun start on day 2. Hello everybody, welcome back into the LIV Golf studio. I'm your host, Arlo White. It's a beautiful day here in Bedminster. The wind has got up a little bit, which could make things interesting, but we're set fair for another wildly exciting day here at LIV Golf. Now, didn't Henrik Stenson make a very, very impressive debut on the LIV Golf circuit? We'll bring in David Fairty and Jerry Foltz as well, a 64, 7 under par, and considering, gentlemen, all the controversy that swirled around him, giving up the Ryder Cup captaincy effectively, how impressed were you with him?
Well, really impressed, Arlo. There's no question about it, and I think he's got a, he's got a point to prove here. It was a pretty bitter and mean-spirited move, I felt. Taking that away from him is such an important thing. But he's out on, no holds barred. 64 yesterday, something to say.
And he talked about it yesterday in his press conference. He said, obviously, you all know it's well documented. It hasn't been the quietest last 5 days for me, and I agree wholeheartedly with David's assessment of it. Yeah,
his response was magnificent. Let's get to the highlights then. He shares the overnight lead with Patrick Reed playing his second LIV event. He tied for 3rd place in Portland, his second shot at the par 4 5th.
And David said yesterday so accurately that what he did is controlled his game. Patrick Reed said it afterwards in his interview that he just didn't make any mistakes, David, and this club was hotter than normal.
Yeah, he's one of the best middle distance putters I've ever seen, proving it right there.
That was for birdie at the par 4 9. So Henrik kept up the pace. Second shot at the par 4 6th hole.
Streaky ball striker, streaky putter, and right now, at least through round 1, both of those parts of the game were on a hot streak.
Yeah, and this one may have gone in the hole had it not hit its own pitch mark.
He also made 8 birdies, this at 14. He liked that one. Here's the individual leaderboard then. Reed and Stenson set the pace. Bachara Kongwat-Mai, 23 years old from Thailand. He's 2 strokes back. Carlos Ortiz and Dustin Johnson, you'll remember they duelled with Brandon Grace on the final day in Portland. They are 3 shots off the pace. But what about the team situation? The 4 aces and the Majestics dueling is USA against Europe. Where have we seen that before? Just a shot separates the 2 teams. Dustin Johnson here, his second shot at the second hole.
It's really no surprise those 2 teams being up the top. The biggest surprise was the fact the Stingers weren't in contention, because those 3 have kind of set themselves apart early throughout LIV Golf competition.
4 aces scores, so Dustin Johnson 4 under and Patrick Reed 7 under combined for the 11 under par total score. 2 scores count yesterday and today, 3 will count tomorrow. Ian Poulter leading the way for the Majestics, this for birdie at 16. And all 4 Majestics were under par, but it was Stenson and Poulter whose scores counted from the first day. So this is the leaderboard in the team competition heading into round 2. 4 aces with a 1-stroke lead over the Majestics, and the Ironheads looking to make the podium for the first time. They are just off the pace alongside Smash Golf Club, who are 6 shots back. Both Koepka brothers were under par, and they allowed us to eavesdrop at their breakfast table this morning with their own personal chef. That must be nice.
Usually we just wake up and then I start breakfast, and then Brooks comes down, he plays music. It's so simple.
Yeah, she's the best at it. We sit, we watch, and we go, ooh.
Brooks, over easy, soft scramble.
Thank you.
We've always gotten houses. It's just easier. It's nicer to see one than one room. Plus, could eat better. It's cool, but I mean, we're 2 totally different people, 2 totally different personalities, which is wild. He's more analytical and
like doing the pins pretty early, like right after I get done breakfast. I do pins every morning. There's just a lot of little stuff that I like to do. You don't even carry a yardage book, do you? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I had to laugh last night. He's exactly like my dad. I heard 40 of his 69 shots yesterday, sitting here at dinner. Right?
I mean, he used to hear. He used to hear.
Minimum. I'll throw Noel. I'm gonna throw you under the bus here. We heard it all.
I mean, it's better. He used to hear 69 out of 69.
Yeah, it's getting there. It is getting better. But yeah, it's just like the 2 difference, you know.
And whilst David and Jerry discuss what a nutritionist actually is, we'll head down to Troy Mullins the practice tee as the shotgun starts. It's fast approaching.
The leaders are right behind me, the 4 aces, Majestics. We are headed right now to Team Ironheads. I want to speak to Kevin Na really quickly. Kevin Na, captain of the Ironheads. Did you have a talk with your team? You guys are in 3rd place right now.
Oh yeah, we're definitely some pep talk. You know, look at these guys. They already hit balls. They're working on their short game hard. These guys are ready. I think Bachara's game fits in really well on this golf course. So Thum's going to have a good day. Scott Vincent's just a solid player. I think we're ready.
What about yourself? You're a solid player. What are you doing out there?
Nobody's pep talking to me. Maybe I need a little pep talk. Can you give me a little pep talk?
Yeah, I think you should get out there and do what you do.
Yeah, keep walking it in, right? Yeah.
Walk it in. I love it. Well, we'll see you out there. Good luck.
Yes, thank you. All right.
All right, we're headed down now to Torque. I'm going to talk to Ginny. He is 2 under right now. Let's see if we can step in here. Ginny, can I talk to you for a second? What are you doing well right now in your game?
ショットが安定してることですかね。
How are you enjoying your LIV experience?
LIV のこの今体験とかどうですか？まあ個人戦もそうですけど、団体戦がすごく楽しみながらやってますね。Individuals fun, but also being part of a team is really fun, and he likes it.
Well, ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
頑張ってね。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Well, that's it here. Let me get out of his way. The Stingers are here, and we know they're here to do business. Back up to you guys.
Fantastic Japanese there, Troy. Incredible stuff. Let's head down to the first tee and join one of our overnight leaders, Patrick Reed, with our own Don Boulay.
Patrick, your one player has really embraced this new atmosphere at LIV Golf. This is pretty cool, isn't it?
Oh, this is unbelievable. I mean, just to see the support and just see the energy coming from the fans is amazing. I mean, for me, it's something new, something refreshing, and honestly, I feel like it's going to help the game of golf on trying to get that younger generation into the game.
Much stronger win today, different challenge. Change of strategy, perhaps?
I mean, I wouldn't really say as much as change of strategy as it is just a couple different lines off certain tees, and then depending on where the pin is, depending on how you attack the hole. But that's what we do during prep. We figure out how we're going to play each hole with every different wind direction.
Sure do. Okay, thanks. Play well today. Over to you, Sue-Ann.
All right, Stenson, great opening round yesterday, 7 under par, different format, 54 holes instead of 72. Does it change the way you attack the golf course at all?
Well, I think it's more you want to have a good start. I mean, it's a short with 3 rounds, so yeah, it's less ground to make up then, and yeah, you just want to be quick out of the blocks, and we managed to do that yesterday. So of course we're hoping we can continue that way, but it's going to be a different day. I think with the wind out here, the golf course is going to play even tougher than it did yesterday. So yeah, we got to stick with the plan.
Well, we've got some classic rock out here. We've got the fans. The atmosphere is amazing. How much fun are you having?
Yeah, it's loud. Golf, but louder.
All right, well, back to you, Arlo. Thanks.
Oh, Henrik's read the press release. That's good. Back with White, Faults and Fairty in the LIV Golf studio here. Very much looking forward to the second round here. What are you expecting to see out there, David, first of all?
Well, it's a different day. The humidity is down everywhere except here in the 18th booth. And we've got maybe a 10 to 15 mile an hour wind blowing. It's going to dry that golf course out. It'll be a little firmer. And the flags, to me, Jerry, look like they're in a little more difficult positions.
Yeah, as you said earlier when we rode around the golf course, a lot of them a little closer to the edge. We don't have any. We had a couple ones that the players kind of viewed as maybe a little evil yesterday, where if you missed the green, you had no room to work with and you were dead. Not so many of those today, but they're tough to access. There were a couple of them on downhill slopes, right over bunkers. Just not really the fairest feeling, but I love it.
Well, we've got a lot of pre-match entertainment here at Bedminster at the Trump National Golf Club. You couldn't pay me enough money to do this, but apparently, David, you have tried this before.
Yes, I have been thrown out of a perfectly good airplane, strapped to a very large man with 12 points of contact. You're really tightly, strapped to your tandem partner there, and I actually peed in his pants.
Which possibly cost a little bit extra, who knows, for that particular service you provided.
And it was a Green Beret as well, right?
Yes, it was the Army Golden Knights.
Oh, the Golden Knights, gotcha.
Yeah.
Look at the crowds gathering today. It's a sunny Saturday here in the Garden State, and they were noisy yesterday afternoon. We've had a few sprinkles of rain this week, but this area has been parched for the best part of 5 weeks, and the ground staff have done a fantastic job of setting the course up in the way that it is. But there you can see the team flags fluttering stiffly on those flagpoles. The wind is up a little bit today. Team competition is hotting up. There's a bit of a Ryder Cup feel about the top of the leaderboard, but it can change, Jerry, so quickly, can't it?
Yeah, and looking at the Ironheads, Kevin Na's team, they're in the best position they've been in through one round or through any round so far. And Kevin Na didn't even count. They had Kangwa Mai shooting 5 under, Scott Vincent shooting 1 under, and the guy who came in with the hottest hand, Kaukanjana, who finished 11th at the 150th Open, he shoots 5 over. If he goes somewhere deep today and he has a little backup help, they could make a serious move. And so many of the teams have the talent to be up top. Right now it's dominated by 2 or 3. But we'll see a lot of change in that through time, maybe even this week.
90 seconds or under until our shotgun start. Remember, 48 players all teered off at the same time, representing 12 teams, an individual competition and a team competition as well. Pick out your highlights from this stunning array of worldwide famous golfing names.
I love watching Patrick Reed play. He doesn't dominate with brawn. He plays with a lot of guts, he plays with a lot of smarts, and he plays with a lot of touch, and that's a really good combination. But Henrik Stenson, when he's clicking, is really something to behold.
Yeah, phenomenal yesterday. But, you know, Patrick Reed and Henrik Stenson off on the first hole, 514 yards par 4.
Yeah.
It's not really an advantage. You know, the guys that start on the par 5s, you know, the 4th, the 8th, the 15th, have got a little bit of an advantage, I think, you know, because you can hit a loose shot and recover from it a whole lot easier.
It'll really come into place possibly down the stretch tomorrow with somebody finishing on a really difficult hole and somebody finishing on the par 5 18th. Could make a big difference.
Well, we are approaching the horn here at our shotgun start. Everybody off at the same time. You can hear the crowd joining in. Two rounds to go to crown our champion in Bedminster. Brooks Koepka is on the 3rd tee.
I thought it was interesting, you know, he's wearing a hoodie at breakfast. Looked like he was going to rob a 7-Eleven on the way to work.
And complaining about the fact that he needed a golf cart to have dinner with his brother because it sounded like he was riding all 18 holes. Doesn't carry a yardage book. Probably doesn't remember a shot past the next hole. And I mean, you can tell when you visit him at home with a camera like that, it's not an act.
No, it's not. You know, I think it was Ingrid Bergman that said all you need for a happy life is good health and a bad memory, and it works perfectly for a golfer as well.
Are you happy?
I am. I am.
Back up the first, Patrick Reed. It's kind of amazing how adopted he has been by the LIV Golf enthusiasts, David. I made a comment there first week when we broke the news that he was joining, that he's a fan favorite. He is in the regard that some fans love him, some fans love to hate him.
Well, Captain America. Yeah, you don't want to go there.
No, not on a 514-yard uphill par 4.
No.
Well, it's pretty lively out there. Let's stay for Henrik Stenson's first tee shot of the day.
He's got that Terminator look, Henrik Stenson, doesn't he? The mirrored sunglasses, the dangerous presence.
DJ teeing off at the 2nd, the captain of the 4 Aces.
There's that trademark 4 or 5 yard fade. Perfect.
Oh, hold up. Dustin Johnson with a 67 on day 1. Martin Keimer had to re-tee on 2.
Never a good sign playing a provisional off your first hole. Played in the old PGA Tour qualifying school once. David, you'll enjoy this. It was a really tight hole starting on the 10th at a place called Greenleaf down in Florida. I showed my playing competitors my golf ball, which was a Titleist whatever, and I said my first provisional will be a Titleist 2. My second provisional will be a Titleist 3. Had him on the tee waiting. Only had to hit one of them as Wolf plays away at the par 3 4th. Oh, beauty! Do it! Oh!
How does that miss? That's a good start, you'd have to say.
We got that break. How did that not drop?
Let's take a look at the holes that the players are starting off then. Dustin Johnson going off the 2nd hole. Carlos Ortiz and Martin Keimer, who is the captain of the Cliques, who are a band of golfing vagabonds at the moment. Keimer is the only ever present in the Cliques. 8 other players have joined him. Maybe that team will settle down a little bit. At the 3rd hole, teeing off, Brooks Koepka, Ian Poulter, Charles Howell III, who is representing the Crushers in his first LIV Golf round. And at the 18th, Jason Kokrak of Smash, Lee Westwood of the Majestics, and Junichiro Kazuma of the all-Japanese Talk team.
I was impressed with Troy's Japanese.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Had you been spending time in teaching her to be multilingual?
I'm still struggling with English.
You got a couple versions of it, though.
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
I've seen numerous versions out of you. Heard them.
Oh, it's a gorgeous setting, isn't it?
It's a huge piece of property, 36 holes. And you can see there's some wheat or barley or whatever that is.
Well, we thought the Secret Service were going to have a word with you this morning, David, but as the window on the black car wound down, it was Phil Mickelson welcoming you to our merry band. He seemed in good spirits.
Yeah.
Not his best day yesterday, 75.
He has been in good spirits. I talked to him in London, and he's enjoying the experience. Not enjoying a beautiful start there for Horsfield to tie what certainly would be Wolf on the same hole, but he's not enjoying the way he's playing right now, but he is enjoying the experience and the treatment these players receive from not only the fans but the organization as well. Treated like athletes in other sports as we go out to the first and check in on Patrick Reed.
I think that's the only play. Yeah, I agree. No, that's right.
$514 yards.
Please hold still. Thank you.
A stern start, to say the least.
Especially coming out of trouble.
Yeah, and that's a long iron. Come up with a half decent lie, it looks like.
Dom Goulet is on hand.
In the hole. Go, Patrick! Patrick! Now run like you're supposed to.
That was less than elegant. Not a bad leave.
All right.
I didn't hear the end of his run like, some sort of metaphor.
Yeah.
Seemed to entertain the crowd. There's a few. Stenson next.
Great tee shot, but still 234 yards into the teeth of the wind. It's got to be a 2-club win at least. As David said, he's got that stare back.
You can almost feel that stare through the sunglasses, can't you?
Yeah, I don't want to get too close to him. Head a little left.
Yeah, that's a great effort.
To the 17th, and Travis Smythe, who had a decent day yesterday with a 69.
One of David's favorite players already. He goes for the all-hair team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One hand on the club. It's not usually a good sign.
Well, I've got a feeling that David Warner, who is a very famous international cricketer from Australia, is keeping his eye on Travis Smythe. Punch Golf Club, all Aussie. David Warner is a big hitting batsman in cricket as well. So hello to you, David, tuning in. Do us a favour, lose the next Ashes series. How about that?
Doing you a favor, not David and his countrymates, but what's that? How long's the series in that?
5 test matches of 5 days each. 8 hours play, 7 hours play per day, and it could still be a draw.
And nobody wins.
On occasion, there is a winner.
So even your soccer is much more exciting because no score in only 90 minutes.
Well, you know, on the other hand, you know, baseball, a perfect game is when nobody hits anything.
Yeah. That's a good point. Never thought of it that way.
I love baseball. You can see there the difference between the aprons and the greens is very, very slender. Colder in the thick stuff here.
Subdued attire today.
Oh, that was Some heavy rough. And he forced it out.
Sit there. Sit there.
Yeah, a little bit of a false front there.
Come back.
How about his teammate Lee Westwood? 69 yesterday for the Majestics.
Played it up at 18. Now playing his third. Which way's the wind blowing here? That's pretty much in from the right now. Probably nobody going for it into the wind at 10 to 15 today.
Yeah, we see a lot of balls spinning back off the front edge, hanging up on the bank yesterday. Flag way over on the left today. Should be a little easier.
Yeah, not quite as daunting or fearful. David Pooch, greenside bunker at the 10th.
As he whipped the club head in underneath that, beautifully played, difficult bunker shot.
We almost came to blows in the studio about the pronunciation of David Puig. David Pooch.
Yeah, I checked with him in London. I just forgot what he said.
But, well, you've got to that age.
I'm going with what my my former colleagues at Golf Channel said when they covered NCAAs. Pooch, this is the 4th for Brooks Koepka after having played a provisional on the first hole. So it was Gonzo, the first one.
There's that false front.
Bechara, come what my 31.
Kid's got great hands.
Oh, yeah. Nicely done.
Dom, you've been watching him for a long time, haven't you? He won a tournament, didn't he? At the age of 14 in Thailand.
Kokrak.
We'll get back to
18.
that.
14. How can you win a professional golf tournament at the age of 14?
But it wasn't world ranking points.
Oh, well. Yeah.
TK won one at 15. Another time.
Yeah.
Was here this week.
2013 that was. Now 23 years old on the LIV Golf circuit and thriving. Can't what mine. Here's Reed.
It's a little shy. Won't be over the moon about that one.
It's not the tester you want on your first hole, is it?
No.
Tanahara, mid-range to long-range here. Hidito +4 yesterday. Get there.
It's going to get there, all right.
DeChambeau for birdie at 5.
With the putter. Yeah, nicely judged.
Didn't have that club working too well yesterday, but still managed to get it in at even par. Now, Brooks Koepka, his 5th shot at the 3rd.
Man, what a start. That one sounded a little thick. That is not what he was looking for.
No, a lot of work remaining for double there. Stenson on the 1st, Dom.
That was a magnificent iron shot to get it there. He's left himself a pretty good opportunity. It's fairly flat, going to move a little bit from left to right, maybe just a cup.
Reed was correct. Speed a bit tentative there. And no change in expression, which is normal. Taylor Gooch at the 9th.
Good news for the 4 aces. Laurie Cantor for birdie at 12.
And he is having a great time. Spoke to him on the range. Loves the fact that he's able to rub shoulders with some of the greats in the game.
Carlos Ortiz, lengthiest one for birdie at the 2nd hole.
He was on the left-hand side, pulled his drive, hit a great shot from there, downhill left to right.
Let's check in with our winner in Portland, Brandon Grace. This for his birdie at 17.
chatted with him on the range this morning, and I told him your little stat from yesterday. I said, you know how much your team has combined, your team and teammates have combined to make through 2 events? He goes, no. I told him the number, 13.2. And that ever-present grin got even bigger. He just laughed. Said it's just incredible what LIV Golf has done.
Who knows how much that is in the old Cougar runs.
Oh, yeah. No surprise there how to read. Dropping that one home on the first.
Good chance here for DJ. It's always just a little bit awkward. The ball's going to bounce a touch coming off that little bit of semi-rough. Kangwat Mai for par at the first.
Yeah, it'll be a good par. He got very lucky off the tee shot, bounced in the bunker and went out of it onto the top lip. Otherwise, he would never have got close to this green.
Stays 2 off the lead. Bachara Kangwat Mai making a name for himself here in Bedminster. Let's head to the 14th tee. And the unmistakable figure of Jed Morgan.
Rough day yesterday.
Hair the same as Scott Vincent, slightly broader shoulders, I'd say.
His is more of a mullet. Vincent's is more of just flowing locks.
So I guess it should be he.
Actually, it's not more of a mullet.
Yeah.
It is a mullet.
Make it better. Yeah.
That has the unfortunate distinction of leading the field yesterday in bogeys.
77, 48th place.
Yeah.
Charles Howell, 3rd at 3.
Lovely noise. You can tell a good bunker shot by that nice thump.
Travis Smythe. This for par at 17.
Ooh, that's a bonus.
I'll say.
To the tee at 2 then, Kangwat Mai. We just saw him make a very good par after his opening round of 66.
Well, the setup guys have moved the tee up here about 30 yards, which is a good thing. You know, these first 3 holes, it's just hang on. If you can make 3 pars, that's fantastic. That's perfect. Up the left half of the fairway.
Yeah, let you kick right. No, didn't kick anywhere. Maybe picked up a little mud. And a look from the drone at the second. From the very back tee, it's a long forced carry here. The guy's 30 yards up, as Dom said. And up short of this first right-hand bunker, a little dogleg left. Like so many of the greens here at the Trump National, raised a little bit.
Reed next.
He's always working on something. He's got his coach with him. Even in Portland, he was there every day. They were working on something on the range before they tee off. That should be fine.
Should get a kick to the right from there. Get out of the thick stuff. No, a little unlucky there maybe.
Westwood has a birdie put at 18.
I have my son here visiting, 25-year-old golf enthusiast. Had him out on the range with me, and he goes, Dad, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stand here and watch Lee Westwood hit balls till it gets dark.
Yeah.
So it's just a different sound and such a graceful, easy move through the ball. Speaking of which, this one's not bad either. Stenson.
Carries a driver, a 2-wood, and a 4-wood. I think this is more than likely his 2-wood.
Is it a 2-wood stamped on it or a 2-wood head cover? I haven't seen a 2-wood medal.
Well, I think it's the loft that's been adjusted to a 2-wood. That's what his caddy Gareth Lord told me.
I like that.
That's a Barassi If if you were born, in the 1800s.
I'm not far off.
Pat Perez.
He was understandably in good spirits today, getting a few swing tips from just a couple little reminders from Claude Harmon out on the range.
So Pat Perez, a member of the Four Aces, who lead the way at the moment. And this is how it works. On the first 2 rounds, 2 scores. The low 2 scores will count towards the team score. And as we progress to the thrilling finale tomorrow, 3 scores will count. So it all changes, or can change, very quickly indeed. Stinger took the team prize in London. The Four Aces won easily by 7 strokes in Portland, and it's the Four Aces that lead the Majestics at the moment, early in day 2.
And you don't want to be P2 from that animation. He didn't count any of the days. You don't want to be that guy. You want to count one of the days for sure.
As Pat told us the other day, success for him was counting one day at least.
I think his words were, count one day is a successful week. Twice as awesome. He says, if I count 3 times, we don't win.
Birthday boy.
That's right.
Graham McDowell turned 43 today. Had a birthday cake on the practice tee. Strict diet only. I think he had half a biscuit, half a chocolate biscuit is all he allowed himself.
He's been working very hard on his fitness. I've been working very hard on my fatness.
You have the best saying ever. Well, 2 of them. You prefer to work in instead of working out, and you've never, ever hurt your back laying on the couch.
No. Sit downs, not sit-ups.
There we go. Troy was all over it this morning. Speaking Japanese, birthday cake for Graham McDowell. Wishing for a couple of 65s.
Can you save that for later?
No, now we smash.
No smash cake. Thanks, guys. Happy 25th.
Thank you, LIV Golf, says Graham McDowell. Had a bit of time in between blowing out the candles and teeing off today. Former captain of the Niblicks transferred across to the Cliques.
Now, a Niblick was kind of a 5-iron. I believe the Clique was a shorter iron. To go with the brassy.
What was the most lofted iron?
That's a good question. A Spoon was a 3-wood.
Yeah. Driver was a driver.
Driver was a driver, and unless you went further back and it was a long-nosed play club.
Sounds like a relative.
Mm-hmm. That one settles down, and it'll be a bump and run up the bank, I suspect.
See at 4, Brooks Koepka.
Oh, after such a horrible start, that's a beautiful shot.
Playing 194 today, we've seen 2 near aces already. This is Horsfield playing his 4th shot at the par 4 5th.
I've been very impressed with Sam Horsfield.
Oh, yes, and that's why.
That would be why.
What's impressed you?
Just the way he hits the ball, his demeanor on the golf course. He's a confident young man.
Come Up My playing his 2nd, Dom.
He's a confident young man too. When I first met him, I had socks and underwear older than him when he won that first tournament. 145. He's got mud on his ball.
Yeah.
It's hard to get it to this back pin.
Hey, well, that was less than elegant as well. You got it on line.
Maury on the tee at 16, 177. His final hole will be the par 3 14th at 225.
He hit some fabulous shot yesterday with hybrids, little fairway woods.
Where other guys are hitting scoring clubs, a lot of them. Yeah. Stinson next. Clean golf ball, I assume, Dom.
It is. It's a day for guys who can flight their ball, control their trajectory, and compress the ball. And I don't think there's anyone in the game who compressed it more than this guy with his irons. Well, he took it pretty high. Wind's got it.
Go, 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 go. That took a long time to land.
Pat Perez is moving on up the pylon on the left-hand side of your screens during play. He birdied the first two, or his first two, yesterday. This a birdie again, 2 under par for Pat Perez. He's starting quickly once more. What about his teammate at the second hole, Patrick Reed?
I'm leaning towards this coming out a little knuckly and quick, and there's not a ton of room behind it.
You got 5 behind.
And you got, I mean, and that, even after the wind, it's a 155. That's a 150 club.
My question is hitting this full. That's up in the air. That's up.
Yeah. I mean,
like that better than just kind of like a softy low 9-iron. Higher it goes, also jumper will go farther.
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, you got a ton of room in front of it. You don't want to be long chipping downwind.
That's why I like the softy out there and control it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that one
I'm all
looks
right with that.
like a definite jumper, but you never know with this rough. It can come out kind of puffy on you as well, so a little bit of guesswork here.
Go hard. Go hard.
Go.
Go.
Well, he judged that well.
Yeah.
Had to get just hopefully past that little knob, and it kind of fed hopefully to the right.
Carlos Ortiz with his second shot at the third.
460-yard par 4. Like Dom said, you get through these with pars, you're singing, and that has a chance to do one better.
Schwartzel at 17 for birdie. He didn't like it immediately.
First hole, Jason Kokrak playing his second hole of the day, starting on 18 from the left rough, but it looks like a good lie, and you need that on a hole like this.
Get out. Down.
Jumper.
Not too bad.
I was going to get down. Not sure why.
U.S. amateur champion James Hyatt for birdie at 12. Greens didn't get any slower overnight.
No, they didn't. They're going to quicken up as the day goes along with this breeze drying the golf course out. DJ with his second shot at the third. Ooh, not his best.
Well, we call this segment Don't Blink because there's action happening all across the golf course. This is what you might have missed if you blink. Justin Harding with the high flyers who are struggling again as a team, but that was his third shot at 15. Laurie Cantor at 75 yesterday. This his second at the 13th into that azure sky. 3 over overall for Laurie Cantor. Henny Duplessis, what happened to the Stingers on day one? They underperformed based on their previous form, but that was for birdie at 14, a 76 yesterday for Henny. Things looking like they're improving for him and perhaps the Stingers on day 2.
Dustin having a look at what he has left here at the third.
Did we agree it was a saunter or a prowl yesterday, the wall?
I think we figured out it was a mosey.
Oh, mosey.
Yes. And the ball can settle down in this thick, chewy rough that's around the green.
While we wait, the unmistakable figure of Scott Vincent.
Scott Vincent.
For birdie. quite. Is Scott with his daughter Zoe.
Going through the yardage book? Well, he's teaching her to read. Maybe a little early.
Pre-game routines, he says.
Well, if you look through a yardage book for the very first time and you're not a golfer, it looks like Zoe might have wrote it.
Yeah, it does.
It's hieroglyphics to the untrained eye. Arlo can attest.
This is an interesting stance. Yeah, that was not lying well. And beautifully judged.
I've seen cave paintings that are easier to decipher.
Yeah.
Patrick Reed with the flag out. Yeah, well done.
It'll be a par start on the difficult 2 first holes with today's condition. Now this is Gooch for 2 in a row. That was earlier, got him back to even par.
Chase Koepka had a good day yesterday. Had a good breakfast as well, as we saw in the pre-game show.
Yeah, talking to him on the range, was delighted with the way he putted yesterday. Said that he had a few loose iron shots. That's not one of them. Good effort there.
People noticing at home, whether it be morning, noon or night, wherever you're watching across the globe, that the 4 aces and the Majestics are fighting for the team lead at the moment. And you're right, it does have a USA against Europe Ryder Cup feel to it. At the moment, it could all change.
And the players will tell you the same thing. We get ridiculed for saying such things, but the players will tell you it's got that atmosphere, that feel. They get ridiculed for it too, but it's something special out here. It's just that simple.
Yeah, and it's early days.
Yeah. Keimer for birdie.
Lee Westwood. It's his third shot from shady spot. Oh, beautifully done.
Said he could. That book was he couldn't chip.
Yeah.
He's changed that a lot in recent years. Well, he's been around a few.
English people like the shade.
Mm-hmm.
Especially ones with red hair. Well done. Mickelson on the tee, 14. 225. They can get this to play up to 265 if they want.
Oh, Peach from lefty. Over at the second, Patrick Reed, just a little one. You've got to be careful with these. The edges of the holes are so sharp.
And they don't get a lot of traffic.
No.
Either.
Well, that's right. Only 48 players.
Well, Troy had a chance to spend some time with Patrick Reed on the practice tee. Troy Mullins.
You stripe it out there like that earlier today?
Didn't miss today. Today was good.
That was nice.
Today was solid.
How
How are you?
doing?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you. What are you working on?
Try to keep the club in front of me. Keep my hands out of it.
Those are your irons. Can I see them?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Tell me about these.
I want to take away you hitting that golf shot where all of a sudden you start scratching your head being like, wait, what was that? And so my wife actually found Nimi, who works for Dryworks. Just asked him, hey, would you mind making Patrick's iron? He said he'd love to. So we dialed these things in to exactly how we wanted and really where I feel like I can play them on all surfaces. That's our goal. So if you're going to do that, the center of gravity needs to be in the center as well. And then we decided that, well, your angle of attack and how you swing a pitching wedge is a lot steeper, a little bit more down on it than you do a 4-iron.
Yep.
Well, center of gravity now has to move up and down the face so you can get the correct launch and spin on it. The great thing about it is I wanted to get the forgiveness of a cavity, but then when you look down on it, it'd be pretty...
It's got a thin top line.
Pretty thin top line, looks like a blade. Doesn't matter if you hit off the toe or out of center, the ball's gonna, have some forgiveness and some play.
What does that mean? Can you show me?
So it just means that the toe's down.
Okay.
So the club face actually sits more down this way. And I mean, for me, I've always been a guy that kind of hands are always been a little low, and I kind of stay low on it. So I need as flat as I can.
Oh, that's so nice. Well, I hope you have a repeat, and I will see you out there.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Here is Patrick. What impresses me the most about Troy is how she just eases in between Japanese and Texan.
Yeah.
Effortless.
Yeah. And swings the club so beautifully.
You're talking Troy?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
As well as Patrick.
That's a good point.
Well, a few moments ago, Jason Kokrak for birdie, playing his first LIV Golf event for the Smash team. He goes to 3 under par. Travis Smythe playing for the all-Aussie punch team with the man bun at the back of the cap. This to go 3 under. You see it on the scoreboard. Curls around nicely. He stands up and admires it as it drops into the hole. Salutes the gallery. He's having a good tournament so far. Pachara's on the tee at 3.
In this shotgun format where you're all teeing off on different tees, these guys, being in the leading group, they want to tee off the first, but actually today, that's a disadvantage because these first 3 holes are brutal. Good news is I don't think he can get to that second bunker. It's 300 yards. Not in this wind.
And he's going with 3 wood.
Okay. Definitely not going to get there.
It's on that line, though. Well, so much for that line. Right down the middle. Ideal position. Reed will be next with driver.
Yeah, hole shapes nicely for him. It's meanders slightly right to left. He likes to hit it right to left. Wind is slightly from the left, more into, so he's kind of hidden into the wind when he turns it over.
Take a look at the third from the drone. As Dom said, just a gentle right to left dog leg. You can reach this first bunker on the left. So next one not carryable. Then a little up the hill to this little platform green. Like so many of them. It's like swales and hollows in it.
And Stenson with, well, can't say 3 wood, Dom. 2 wood or 4 wood?
It's got to be the 2. It's his go-to, 2. Well, hit the first 2 fairways. It's drifting right.
Oh boy, that does not need to take a kick right. Oh, did that make the jungle? It looked like it did. Not sure if he would want to hit another one there.
Yeah, good point. Dustin Johnson on the tee at 4. Right on line, half a bat short.
Let's get you caught up with action elsewhere around the golf course. Paul Casey, a newly minted crusher for birdie at 10. He is 1 over par. Walks confidently after that one. Kevin Na of the Ironheads, who currently hold 3rd place in the team competition. That was for birdie at 8. But Wiesberger, even par for the high flyers. Nailed his birdie putt at the 6th. And now we'll head out to Charles Schwartzel, our winner in London.
Team and individual. Was a pretty nice week for the Schwartzel family and team. 122 yards of that front left hole. Easy. Oh, he had a nightmare down there in a very similar position with a different hole location yesterday. It took him 2 chips to get it on, or 3 actually.
DJ for birdie, Siwan.
He had a great 8-iron into this hole location, uphill left to right. I'm telling you, the wind conditions today completely different from yesterday. It's going to change how this course is going to play.
That looked perfect from the minute he struck it.
And he can mosey to the hole and retrieve that ball. And he is 5 under par, Dustin Johnson. 2 off the joint leaders, but the 4 aces go 3 clear of the Majestics.
Mickelson had this for birdie at 14. That gets him headed in the right direction. You know where the lion's share of the crowd is. Of course, that is getting pretty close to the fan village as well. Ortiz at 4 for birdie.
He putted so well yesterday. Tied 4th in putting stats from round 1. I saw him putt great in Portland as well. This one, not going to move too much.
Holding the finish.
That's that sharp edge again.
Oh.
Ouch.
Sure, there's a Spanish word to describe that lip out.
Ay, caramba. Well, Henrik Stenson.
We're going to move the rules official, please.
Yeah.
Well, we've got our own, haven't we?
Rules?
Tony Zerpoli might have had to dash from the shower as Henrik Stenson's tee shot went to the right-hand side.
Read that.
Huh? We got Grover on hand here.
You got it? We think so.
We think so. The book is
Tony, come
if
in.
that ball is in that area, he can take an unplayable lie, relief, and he might have to drop on the cart path and then take an additional relief from the cart path. But I don't know whether or not it's just unplayable or it's a penalty area.
Well, part of the problem there, Tony, is that cart path is a little cambered, and if we were to drop it on the cart path, it's liable to go back in. There, of course, he would get to drop it again where he's standing on the cart path, but you don't need it to go in there too far.
No.
And 2 club
He
lengths.
can pick it up.
Yeah, we can?
Right.
Yeah. Pick it up to identify it, mark its position, right, Tony?
Right. Yes, he has to mark it first, then he can pick it up.
That's us, yeah.
See if it's his ball, and then he has to proceed with what he wants to do. And I think the unplayable is probably the only option he has. Give me the driver so we can see what we can do.
And Tony, the only
he's
2
now going to use his driver.
Yeah, the only
and take 2 club lengths to see where he's going to drop the ball.
Right. There's a number of options, but the only 2 feasible ones here, Tony, would be the 2 club lengths or go back and replay it, correct?
This way here, Lordy. Exactly. Stroke and distance go back to where the original stroke was played. Because the back on the line relief would put him further into the woods and the shrubs.
I've got the edge of the driver.
You could lose your dog in there.
He's going to see where the 2 club length leads him. I don't know if there's any angle that will help us from there.
If it looks to me, if you come more to me, you'll get to here, and then we'd probably get a drop off the path.
Yeah, but the path will still be. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think you're more to me.
It'll take a while. Carlo?
Well, let's check in with Team Talk whilst we wait for Henrik. Inamori, his second shot at 14.
The ball well below his feet there. He managed to turn it over.
Yeah, that was 17.
17, excuse me.
Par 4.
Oh, what a fabulous shot from there.
And Kinoshita for his birdie at 7.
Par 3 with a difficult green to hit. Team Dork making some noise.
I'm going this way. I'm never going to make it out, but I'm not making it out.
Well, while Henrik figures this out, Patrick Reed will hit his second shot here at the third. He likes to hit the ball right to left, and the flag doesn't really suit him. There.
Yeah.
Patrick last night, he couldn't have been back at the hotel 5 minutes, and he was already running down in the elevator, David, to go work out. It's different.
You know, a little hybrid club here for Louis Oosthuizen. Just going to bunt that one. Easy, easy. Oh, yep, that'll do it. And that was going 10 feet by.
Find out where we get to.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is we drop it for the par. We drop it to here.
Yeah.
If we're on the path and it's all right, we're playing 3 just short of the green chip and that.
Yeah.
It's worth a go here.
Yeah.
Did you say?
Well, yeah, that's not.
Oh, I think they're worried that the ball will jump forwards on the drop and you end up having to play it from where it ends up. The ground is pretty hard underneath that long grass.
Yeah, the 2 club lengths might put him in a bad situation. And the nearest point, actually, from that cart path, if you're standing on it, is going to be back into the shrubs.
Tony, when you drop it, taking an unplayable with 2 club lengths relief, where's your margin of error for how far the ball can roll at that point? It has to stay within those 2 club lengths, no nearer the hole?
You're not close.
Absolutely, Jerry. It has to stay in that relief area within the 2 club lengths.
I got it. Yeah.
I'll be at this a little while longer, so we'll go back out to some of the action, starting with birthday boy Graham McDowell, lengthy one for birdie. Scott Vincent at 17, his third.
Jed Morgan is on the tee at 16.
A little undecided what club. His caddy likes the other one. Otherwise, he'd be heading back to the bag a little quicker.
And then when the caddy walks over with the bag after that, you know
he wants you to change. Yeah.
1 under par counting so far today for Jed Morgan after a disappointing opening round for the Punch Golf Club of 77.
Ooh, that was over by the skin of its teeth.
Forward.
Later that same evening.
We can't keep on giving relief for the path in this direction because that'll be closer than where I was. I always have to go backwards depending on where it finishes.
You drop it, it goes forward to the second time. This is where we're going to place it.
Yeah, but I'm saying from that point, if just go, say we end up here,
right?
After the dropping,
right?
I can't take any relief for this in that direction. I have to go backwards.
This is a nightmare scenario for Henrik. Now it was the 7th hole, and Pat Perez's third shot rather.
Third shot.
We're going to see a bit of backup, aren't we? For the first time. This is perhaps the longest delay we've seen so far with Henrik's issues. Here's Inamori at 17.
Got away from him quickly. And as fast as the greens are, the breeze, you'll have to take it into consideration reading some of these putts.
Because if we drop it and we place it here, we can wedge her up.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit rolled back.
Dom, are you close by?
Yeah, I'm listening in. Basically, what they're trying to do is, when they drop, is get relief off the cart path and maybe go back away from the hole. And then maybe they can get a swing and hack it out. But what the problem is, if they drop it and it hits hard and goes back in the bush, then they're not standing on the cart path, they don't get relief.
So we're taking 1, drop 2, 3, drop 4.
With 4 there.
I hesitate to put you guys on the spot, but can he take as long as he wants?
As long as the referee is there, yes.
It'd be a bad moment for any of us to be Ron Burgundy right now, hearing what we're hearing from the truck about the time it's taken to do this. Grover's going to give him a ride back and replay it now. I think the wisest choice.
Yeah.
The most important part.
Yeah, he can hit 3 off the tee and put it in play, really avoiding the risk of dropping it and ended up back in those bushes.
212.
DeChambeau.
8 iron. I'm just going to hard 8 iron. Okay.
212, hard 8 iron.
His second shot at the 8th. One of 3 par 5s here.
Yeah. Good shot.
That was a big tee shot, not to mention a great second shot. Dustin Johnson, second shot away.
Let that one go a little right. Not bad.
Someone liked it. Lee Westwood has moved up the pylon thanks to this birdie at 2. This is good news for the Majestics as well, just trying to hold on to the coattails of the 4 aces at the moment in the team competition. 3 under par for the man from Worksop in Nottinghamshire in England.
Chase Koepka at 1. Settling himself. Virtually no difference in speed between the apron and the putting surface here. Golf course in remarkable shape. Rob Wagner and his crew have done an incredible job. Okay, Stenson back on the 3rd tee. This was the last place, well, maybe the second last place that he wanted to be.
Not a good feeling to walk back up to the tee box with a group behind you waiting.
A long, lonely walk.
Yes.
It was a short, lonely cart ride, actually.
Good point. Played in, it was the very first ever PGA Tour sanctioned event. Hogan Tour event, Corn Ferry now, 1990. Made 6 consecutive birdies on hole 2 through 7. The 8th hole was one of those holes you walk way back to the tee and caddy for caddy. And I happened to have this local member caddying for me because my caddy got arrested the night before.
Okay.
Vagrancy. Shock addicts. I paid him enough. But nonetheless, I hit the first one out of bounds, and this gentleman came running back with another golf ball from 150 yards, and he didn't know it at the time, just had bypass surgery. And he went back up to the bag, and I cranked that one out of bounds. And he came sauntering back with pockets full of golf balls for the 3rd one.
That's unnecessary roughness.
Yeah. 5, 6 birdies in a row and then an ocho.
Okay, so Stenson will be back in play, but having played 3.
Matthew Wolf.
Oh, he had a good putt there. Expected that to go right. Henny Duplessis, the South African.
Rough day in round 1. 3 doubles and a triple on his card yesterday.
Delightful bunker shot there.
Martin Keimer is playing the 5th. You can see that breeze is getting up out there. His shirt blowing in the wind.
Hang on a sec. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah. Finish it left of it.
Former #1 player in the world. People tend to forget about Martin Keimer. Won 2 majors and a Players.
He's really struggling with his driver today. I spoke with his manager, Garrett, and he was saying Sometimes he gets a little short on his backswing and gets the left, which is what's happening right now.
Oh, your friend, Ian Poulter.
Second shot of the sixth. Kind of an infinity edge at the back of this green. It's a little intimidating.
It's a, I love Fazio designs, always have, but another one of his trademarks is he always has what he called, or I call, a see-through green, where there's nothing behind it to judge distance. This is one of them.
Go on. All right, good shot.
Load and then quick it up.
Let's stay for Charles Howell III. Crushers need to start moving. They're 12 strokes off the pace.
Patrick Reed. Well, Grover's getting busy. He's at the third. He's waiting for a ruling.
Right here.
He's been busy. Unsure what this ruling's going to be.
What's up, guys? Hey, how are you? I'm doing okay.
Gorgeous weather, a little bit windy.
Thank you, guys. Guys. Thank you.
Back in the fairway, Stenson's fourth, Dom.
Yeah, he was a little unlucky with his first tee shot. I mean, that ball landed 15 yards from the cart path, left of it. It was such a steep bank. You know, kicked down and then it made contact with the cart path and just added momentum into the bush. Now 163 yards, just walk off with a 6 here, don't get greedy. A little bit left is ideal.
Dear, dear. I'm wondering why the wind didn't get that, maybe.
Sodom Kaukanjana for birdie at 16.
Rattles that one in.
Yeah. Let's see if he can channel that final round at St. Andrews. 65. DeChambeau.
This is for Eagle at 8.
Phil Mickelson, his third shot at 15.
Long bunker shot. Playing it to run out, and he won't be happy with that one.
Tony, if you invoice per conversation, this could be a very lucrative day.
I got you.
Yeah. It looks like that Patrick is getting relief for an area that probably is marked either ground under repair or getting for relief for a sod seam. In other words, where they put sod down, the ball ends up in the seam, and you would get relief from that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, the ball's back in play.
It's only about 5 miles away, isn't it, Tony? 5-10 miles away. He's a New Jersey based.
I'm probably gonna.
DeChambeau for birdie then. You just saw his eagle putt at the 8th. DJ's on the green at 5.
Big bender here.
You got it, Jerry, right to left. I was walking up the fairway with him, and he said this hole is big today. Straight into the wind. Played the second hardest hole yesterday. Wouldn't be too surprised if it plays the hardest today.
Reed going for the big flop. Oh, what a shot. Mickelson would have been proud of that one.
Nice shot.
Speaking of whom, for birdie at 15.
Always a little high.
Poulter at 6 for his birdie.
Oh, brutal.
That was to narrow the gap on the 4 aces to a single stroke.
A lengthy one like that, it just teases you for so long, has your hopes up for so long, and denied. Stenson's 5th shot.
Yeah, well done.
I just saved that 6 after all. Sounds like an oxymoron. Save a 6.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few of them in golf.
Charles Howell III moving up the pylon. He's in the top 6 now. At the 6th hole, glorious. For Charles Howell III from the Smash Golf Club as well. And let's head back to the 3rd and Conwat Mai.
There's been a bit of excitement here, hasn't there? Patra, meanwhile, just played the hole in regulation. Driver iron to the left edge of the green, but so much break from the left on this putt, and it's quick.
Well, he's had plenty of time to read it.
Oh, wow, what was that? You want a hug from your mommy after that? I'm not sure he's lost his turn.
No chance. Justin Harding, his 3rd at 18. One under in round 1. 1 under for the day today. Give him a great chance for birdie right there.
DJ. This is for 5. You do not want to drop a shot at a par 5. Yeah, nicely done. It's hard work.
Back to 3rd. Didn't lose his turn, right, Dom? Come up, Mai?
Jay?
Yeah. You confirmed it. He's putting. We wondered if he lost his turn.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a bit careless from the young man. Putts with a glove on. He always has done. A little unusual in these times.
Let's get you caught up with action elsewhere across Trump National Golf Club on this beautiful Saturday. Bernd Wiesberger, his 3rd at the par 5 8th. The Austrian is 1 under for the day. Matt Jones, the Aussie, for his par 4 at 12. In the side door, nicely done by Matt Jones. Well, it's been an adventure at the 3rd for Henrik Stenson. This is 6th shot.
How'd you like a lawn like that? Be ashamed to walk on it. Well, he makes the double bogey, which was just about as good as he could hope for.
You feel guilty on the practice tee here taking a divot. It's just so plush and perfect. Howell, Charles Howell III on the tee at 7. Troy Mullins alongside watching.
I'm down here. This group has really been struggling with the wind. It's been gusting and not in their favor. It's severely downwind. Hit a great shot to the middle. They've been playing it safe.
Stay there. Stay there.
You've got to be kidding me. Oh, boy. You
Froghead.
Just make sure you take the right shoe off. I've done that. You know, I've taken the wrong shoe off before.
Why? Why?
Well, I couldn't really tell you why. I just wasn't thinking properly. You know, It would be your right shoe for that one, for the right-handed player.
Next is Koepka, Troy.
Yeah, Koepka plays a cut, so with this wind, I think he's going to have to aim way left. Really, the best thing he could do is a safer shot.
Club that takes out the right
See it 4. Kong Wat Mai.
Hits his irons miles. This is playing downward. This could be a 9-iron. He hits his 8 about 180 in normal conditions.
Patrick Reed will be next up.
Yeah, but the wind's not doing it so well. I like it. 85% type of.
Something in just flag high right here would work.
Sure would, but the wind has caught it. It's more off the right than behind. He's aiming miles right.
Yeah, he likes to play that draw.
Justin Harding has moved into the top 6 thanks to this birdie at 18. Plays for Phil Mickelson's High Flyers. And he goes 2-3 under par.
Stenson. See if he can right the ship here.
Well, wind seems to be helping them again, but it has dropped a little bit. It's close to the right edge of the green.
He just needs to make a couple of pars to settle down. It's always a mistake to try to hit a great shot after a bad one.
Westwood's second shot at the 8th hole.
Lee Westwood taking the captaincy off Ian Poulter after London. He explains the situation.
Lee Westwood, Majestics GC.
Lee, you got a new teammate.
Yeah.
Talk to me about Henrik.
Henrik, obviously a lot of experience. The Iceman, so he's ice cool, calm under pressure, capable of low scoring.
Stenson, and that gave him a share of the lead.
Yeah, he's a good fit for our team.
Stunning. That could be huge.
It's golf, but louder, you know, as the line says. And I think people are starting to identify with the teams and pick a team. You know, that final day when there's 3 scores to count, there's a lot of volatility. A lot can change very quickly.
Westwood moving up the pylon.
I think it's that you're playing for somebody else. You know, you're making putts for your other teammates. We've got 3 great players on my team, so if you play well, there's an opportunity to shoot a low score. If you don't, then it'll penalise you. You know, it just makes every shot more critical. You know, it's time the Majestics GC got back on that podium.
Fighting talk from Lee Westwood. Let's take a look at the team leaderboard. They were second in London. They dropped to 8th place in Portland, but there they are, sitting pretty in second place behind the 4 aces. And there's a little bit of daylight between the top 2 and the Ironheads, who currently have the podium place in 3rd place on 7 under par. Mickelson for birdie at 16.
Team captain. David, if you were team captain and you could pick your own team name, I got to know what it would be.
I think I would go with the Swingleberries.
Plural.
Yes.
Okay. You are leader, captain of Team Swingleberries GC.
Yes.
That
one got away from him.
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
Brandon Grace with his third shot at the fourth. Look at that. That's a wonderful effort from there. A very difficult short shot, played beautifully. Henny Duplessis with his second shot at 17.
Got a familiar guy on the bag, not seeing here. Jimmy Johnson out caddying again for a few weeks for Duplessis. Justin Thomas's former caddy, as well as many others.
Yeah, and a good player. I played with Jimmy Johnson 35 years ago.
Was he on Team Swingleberry?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
No. It was a hard team to make.
No. Thankfully. Where did you play with him?
In South Africa, mostly.
Ah, playing the tour.
Yes.
Probably no stories to be told.
No. You haven't got the wrong announcer there.
Long range for Kokrak. Third hole, 460-yard par 4 into the breeze today.
Huge right to left swing. Get very quick from there. Maybe not that quick.
Speed was better than the Reed, though.
Yes, it was.
Speaking of Reed, Patrick Reed for birdie at the fourth.
How about Chase Koepka for his birdie at 2?
This is the club that worked so well for him yesterday. Another beautiful putt.
Oh, yes. Oh,
no. Robbery with violence.
That was rude. Stenson leaving it, well, a little bit short at the fourth.
Well, that's what he needed to settle himself down and hit a decent shot and make a par. Still 5 under par, just 2 back. To the 6th.
Dustin has 125 to this back hole location. The biggest green on this golf course, something like 14,000 feet big. But this is all about control with the wedges. Downwind, it's going to make it really tough. Anything past that pin is going to roll in the hazard. He's been hitting his wedges so well.
And the flag only 25 feet from the back edge. Anything flag high here is generally a mistake. And that's a beautiful shot. Very difficult to get it all the way back. Westwood at 3.
A little recoil on the stroke. Usually means that something didn't feel right.
A few moments ago, Conwat Mai for his birdie at 4. And now live on that 4th green, Patrick Reed for par.
Season stats. Young season thus far. Only his second event.
That's something you don't see very often.
No.
Let's take a look at some of the top shots so far. Matthew Wolff off the tee. His first tee shot of the day at the 4th. Look at this. An inch away from our first hole in 1. Sam Horsfield of the Majestics, one of only 3 players under par in both events so far leading into Bedminster. This is the sort of form that he showed so far. That was for par, by the way, at the 5th. Dustin Johnson is one of the other 2. This for birdie at the 4th. DJ, captain of the 4 Aces, who are leading the way in the team competition. That was gorgeous from DJ. And we're with DJ's group at the 6th green. Sue-Ann, you're there.
Carlos is first to go, and Arlo, don't ask me for a read on this one. I have no idea. It's a long way. There's so many contours from where his ball is to the hole.
I once asked my caddy, Rodney, the famous Rodney Willer, I said, "What do you think, Rodney?" And he said, "As far as I know, I'm not sure."
It's exactly what you want to hear from your caddy.
Exactly.
Did you pay him well?
Too much.
More than Jerry paid his, by all accounts.
We lost Rodney, didn't we, recently?
We did. Bless his heart, yeah.
There's a few Rodney stories that I've heard
Yeah.
times that might not be suitable.
He was legendary.
Yes.
This is all about speed, really. Anything in the two-putt zone. It's good. Needs to slow down. Ooh. Oh, another foot. That would have been in the water.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear.
I mean, once it gets out there, the wind's going to help. So there's 12 yards of wind, 74. Solid one, you can get easy past the flag. So.
4th tee.
Caddy telling him he's got 12 yards of help in the wind. That's precise. Take those power rankings down in the bottom right, pretty much keep those across the board his entire career right there. Always a great iron player.
Peach.
Lee is fanatical about Nottingham Forest Football Club. The Premier League season starts next weekend.
Yeah.
Forest are in it for the first time in 23 years. He's got a season ticket and he's going on holiday.
Glances out of the right edge.
Back to the tee at 4 and Jason Kokrak.
Just got a little stuck on the backswing there. The club caught in the grass. Yeah.
He does that a lot when he takes it back. Kind of drags it back.
Been
a few players throughout history, won't bore you with that, who've done that. So we go back to Carlos Ortiz for par at hole number 6.
I was talking to Dom as we were surveying the golf course this morning, and I said, what stood out in Carlos's game yesterday? And he said he just made a lot of putts. He's made a lot of good saves for par. Can he do that today?
We're going to see a bunch of that today, I suspect, because of the breeze. It is just strong enough to affect the ball. 14, Paul Casey.
A healthy Paul Casey.
A line on one.
That's a good shot.
Kevin Na with his second shot at the 11th.
Up the hill and nicely done.
Ironheads are clinging on to third as it stands 2 strokes ahead of the High Flyers.
Patrick Reed's tee shot away.
Way to go, Patty!
DJ for birdie at 6.
It's really interesting how different these players are in terms of getting their caddies involved on the green. DJ obviously gets Austin, his brother, very involved. And then you have Martin Keimer, who don't at all.
Dustin Johnson has a share of the outright lead with his teammate Patrick Reed.
That's Turk Pettit at the 11th. Short backswing, a little laid off. And a good shot.
Wade Ormsby on the tee at 16. 177 yards today.
Right in front of the clubhouse here, 16th tee, there's a certain amount of chortling.
Constant noise, be it music or chortling,
yes,
is much preferred, right?
Oh yeah. It's a lovely shot.
Yeah. Team captain.
I heard what I thought was a guffaw.
A guffaw?
At some point.
As well as a chortle?
Yeah.
Perhaps even a snigger?
Sounds like hunting season. Great second at 3. Side hill lie in the rough. That's never fun. A lot out of. Oh goodness, what a shot!
Fabulous shot from there.
To the green at 4, Kokrak from distance.
Yeah, from off the green with the putter. An awkward one.
Jason. We'll check back in on Laurie Cantor, David.
His second shot at 17. Oh, beauty.
He's moving in the right direction and trying to help the Cleeks as well. Uh-oh, Tom Wickmeyer in trouble, Tom.
More fun and games with this group. He pulled it badly, and you can't miss it left. Even just off the fairway. Yeah, he's got a swing, David. He's going to just try and advance it. There you go. Trying to get on the fairway.
He didn't hang around. Okay.
Oh, we haven't played easy hole yet.
I think he can hit it normal, Patrick.
.195, 11 up, so that's 206 plus the wind into it. It's probably playing 220. Second hardest hole on the golf course yesterday. What do you reckon? It might be the hardest today.
Yeah, it might be the toughest today, Dom.
Draw. Draw. It's in the bunker on the right, I think. Yeah.
Dustin on the tee at the tricky little par 3. 7th.
Tricky is an understatement, Jerry. 189. Dustin's got an 8-iron in hand. Wind is helping and coming off from the right-hand side. Anything left here is good. Not too far left, though.
That's a tight little lie as well from there to an elevated green that then slopes away.
Well, DJ is the captain of the 4 aces. Let's take a look at some of their highlights today. They're holding all the cards early on day 2. Taylor Gooch, 7th in the individual event in Portland. That was for his birdie at 9. Gooch again for consecutive birdies. This, of course, at 10. Nicely done by Taylor Gooch. DJ for his birdie 2 at the 4th. Playing a captain's innings so far. He's got the joint leadership in the individual and he's leading his team brilliantly once again. Champions in Portland. And they're looking to go 2 straight in the team competition. 2 strokes ahead of the Majestics, as you can see in our pylon on the left-hand side. Stenson at 5.
Not happy. Oh, happy now. Was always going to kick left, but that one took a hard one. So a little bit fortunate, but he was unfortunate back on number 3, that's for sure.
Martin Keimer is on the tee at 7.
Something short left here. Yeah, I mean, very difficult to keep it on this green.
Those are not going to be fun.
No.
I think you got favor is pitching back into the wind or putting back into the wind.
Conwat Mai at 5. He's figuring things out. So let's take a look, courtesy of our drones, at this hole.
And a tough par 4 here, number 5. 463 yards. Second shot steeply uphill, little dog leg to the left. And this green well guarded, deep bunkers on the left, and that bunker on the right is where Patrick Reed finds himself. Conwat Mai is an awkward 3rd shot up the hill from just the edge of the semi-rough here.
It really is, David. And, you know, he's got an uphill lie. This green is really pitched right to left and back to front. He has to land this at the top level. If he doesn't, with the wind that's strong into him and the spin he puts on the ball, it could spin all the way back down to the front edge. And then that's a tough 2-putt. He's got to land it 2 yards past Stenson's ball at least.
Yeah, well done. And a good chance to save his par.
Kevin Na, the captain of the Ironheads, has moved into the top 10 on our individual leaderboard thanks to this putt. 2 under par for Kevin Na. Chase Koepka for his birdie at the 3rd.
Watch his head when he putts, David. We know when he takes a swing, it follows the ball or the club before he even hits it. It almost looks similar with the putts.
Yeah. Yeah, he has an early peek at it, that's for sure.
Did your chef make you breakfast this morning?
No, my chef is in Dallas at home.
All right, Patrick Reed, short right bunker. Not an easy shot here, Don.
Certainly is not, because like I was saying earlier, this green is so pitched, he's got to carry that ridge, which is 18-20 yards from where he's playing his bunker shot from. If not, it's going to roll down left back to the middle of the green. These bunkers, they're quite soft. There's not a lot of sort of firmness underneath, which makes a long bunker shot. This is fairly long, about 25 yards. That much more complicated.
Yeah,
good shot.
Kicks a little harder left than he wanted, but a good chance. Take a look at this one. It's a couple of inches behind the ball. Knew he wasn't going to be able to spin it.
Such a hard shot for an amateur recreational golfer to just get the perception that you actually try and miss the golf ball. Go completely under it.
Paul Casey for his birdie at the 14th, so he's back to even par.
Brandon Grace trying to Find some more of the magic with that stick yet again that we saw over and over and over again in Portland and route to victory.
Turk Petty has gate crashed the top 10 for his birdie at 11. In it goes. He is 2 under par for the competition so far. The man who came 45th in London, 46th in Portland. Much better time of it in Bedminster so far.
Stenson, can he make this for birdie?
I may be wrong, but this could be the first birdie of the day on this hole. Wouldn't surprise me.
Just a moment ago, this was Dustin Johnson with this difficult shot at the 7th, and he just went underneath that one a little too much.
Not much room to do that off that tight lie, and typically grain grows downhill, so that's a little up grain as well.
Colmont Mai has this for his par on the 5th green.
If you make 4 on 5, pick out the ball and run like Sidney McLaughlin to the next tee. The new 400 meters hurdles world record holder. I watched it last week at the World Championships. What a run that was.
Dom, there has been 1 birdie already at 5, but there have been 6 bogeys and an other already.
Yep.
Tough hole.
He left in a good spot. Can be aggressive. Slightly uphill.
Another one glances the edge. DJ at 7 for par.
Is that all? Didn't have to go much past that, and it was continuing on to the side of the green, maybe the water.
Hudson Swafford at the 12th. And that's a birdie.
You're good. Patrick Reed trying to save par at the 5th. I talked to Kessler last night at the, well, let's just say restaurant, Dom, and I said, I think we picked up an overrule out of you on one of the greens. He goes, oh, that happens all the time. That's a lot of trust in your brother-in-law and caddy by Patrick, a world-class player.
Yeah. Well, they've been together a long, long time.
Never it down, Patty. Never it down, Patty. What up, Hank?
Chase Koepka. Koepka the younger on the tee at the 4th hole.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, beauty. And that's what he was working on the range, trying to hit those irons a little better.
Genio Chikara on the tee at 16. Powerful swing.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Didn't seem over the moon about that.
No, high standards. Great ball strike. Ortiz for birdie at the 7th. Hit a shot that good, not come away with birdie. Maddening.
Looking for a pronunciation on the name here, David. McDowell or McDowell?
McDowell.
Oh, McDowell.
Actually is the way it would be pronounced in Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he has a power shower installed in his bathroom. Power shower?
Oh, a power shower? Yes. Yes, for sure.
But Guinness is just pronounced Guinness, right?
Guinness is just Guinness, yes. Yeah, nicely played.
To the tee at 4, and Travis Smythe of the Punch Golf Club.
Left, right, and down.
We've seen 3 near aces already on this hole. Just peppering the flagstick.
I'm going to creep back toward the hole.
Henrik Stenson on the tee at 6, 1 off the lead.
On the tee, but not using a tee, just tapped his, I think this is his forward into the ground and put his ball on the top of the grass. This is well, with that pin position, I would have thought it not as birdieable as it was yesterday, but key to find the fairway here. You need spin on this second shot. It's going to hang on. It might just hang on to the left edge.
Good ball. Good shot.
Buckle up.
Here we go at the 6th. Dogleg right, steeply downhill. Laying up short of this bunker on the left. And to this green that pokes out into the lake with that kind of infinity edge at the back. Just 25 feet behind the flag before you get to the water.
Green 132 feet long. Reed next.
And another couple of elephants buried on that green. It is undulating. Also, just a fairway metal. Straight down the middle.
Ball, Reed. Why your leader? Let's go. Let's go, Patty.
Come up my next with the fairway wood as well.
I'm sure he's over his nerves. He must have been a little bit nervous on the first couple of holes, but he settled in nicely. He's got lucky with that birdie. The putt not dropping on the last, but that's a beautiful shot.
Right Well, earlier this week, LIV Golf hosted dozens of young golfers from the Somerset Hills YMCA in New Jersey for a special golf clinic. Commissioner and CEO Greg Norman, along with Ian Poulter and others, worked with the youth on putting drills and spoke about the positive impact of sports, competition and teamwork.
One of the best things you can do in life, guys, as you're growing up is play sport, and as many sports as you possibly can. It gives you an understanding about yourself and how much you want to be disciplined yourself and how good you want to get. It also gives you the opportunity of playing with your friends, and that's one of the most important things about it. So no matter what you do, make sure you enjoy it first, and then you'll just get better and better and better.
Well, the clinic was part of LIV to Give, a platform to support social and environmental efforts worldwide and in each tournament's host community. LIV to Give has been launched with a $100 million commitment and will support a broad range of initiatives, including education, environmental sustainability, golf development programs, and the well-being of communities across the globe.
The 12th hole, and Turk Pettit with his second shot. Oh, what a beauty.
Nice shot.
The Austrian, Bernd Fiesberger, or as the boys in Europe call him, Burned Cheeseburger. Hang on there. Just holds up.
Grace for par at the 4th. Well, action happening everywhere, as you know by now. 48 golfers, shotgun start, everyone out at the same time. Louis Oosthuizen, birdie 4 at 15. David Hooge of the Cleats, he's an amateur, plays for Arizona State. That for his birdie at 15. Don't sleep on the Niblicks was Jerry's advice yesterday. Hudson Swafford for birdie at 12. He's their captain. It's an All-American team. It's another All-American team, the 4 aces who are leading the way in the team competition.
Right. Aggressive line out of Keimer. It's not going to be terrible there at all.
Chase Koepka is moving up the pylon. This for his birdie at the 4th to go. 2 under par. Back to where he started the day. Back to the 6th.
It's like Patrick Reed first to play.
I think it's going to be Stenson, but they both got the same yardage, 150. I think on the angle, Stenson might want to go first. Downhill lie, downwind. It's going to come out a little bit flatter. You do not want to mess with this pin. I mean, you just want to be 20 feet short. You're 6 yards past this pin, it's going to be wet. It's gusting, this wind. That's a lot less of it right now than it was 20 seconds ago.
Lee Westwood. Spot of bother off the tee. This is his 4th shot of the 5th. Not done yet.
Yeah, that's going to average close to, well, pretty much near half to a shot over par today, the 5th hole. If this wind stays consistent. Reed next at 6.
Yeah, 150, but playing more like 125.
Great shot.
That's sensible.
Abe Answer for his birdie. He's playing the 12th.
He read it the other way.
Heartbroken. For Pachara Kongwat Mai.
He tends to be a rather aggressive player. This is not the time to be aggressive.
Three similar attempts there.
DJ at 8, going for it. That's one of his very lofted fairway woods right there.
Finds that big deep bunker.
James Pyatt with his second shot at 17.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, it is right. And this is for a bogey for Lee Westwood at the 5th.
Yeah, Lee!
Well done.
That's nailed. Love you, Lee.
Lee Westwood and Sam Horsfield at the moment contributing for the Majestics, who are in 2nd place in the team competition.
Charles Schwartzel on the tee, par 3, 194 yards downhill, downwind.
Just a little unbalanced on the follow through there. Something you don't see very often. Well, they had it on line.
Peter Uline, glove between the teeth and the practice swings on the wrist. 3 over for the tournament thus far.
Jams it in there about 3 or 4 feet away. DJ now at the 8.
He's got a pretty good lie. Ball above his feet. Got a fairly straightforward shot. Keep going.
Let's see if Pyatt can make his birdie at 17.
Always a little left. Brooks Koepka, his second shot at the 9th. Alongside the clubhouse.
Patrick Reed now trying to.
Exactly. One of these guys should make this. Similar efforts.
Yeah, they're very, very similar putts, David. Not much in them, to be honest with you.
Good effort.
Well, wherever you're watching around the world, what is it, evening time in Europe and most of Africa, late night in Asia. Next Tuesday, isn't it, in Australia and New Zealand? Welcome to LIV Golf. Remember, if you're new to our coverage, 48 players, we had a shotgun start, everybody out on the course at the same time. An individual competition and 12 teams of 4 players. And here is a member of the Majestics on 2 under. Ian Poulter, who went way right on the 9th.
Yeah, and that is some interesting ground cover there. It's almost like a bark type mulch thing, but it's really, really hard packed. It's almost like it's oiled. It doesn't move when you walk on it or drive on it, so I don't know how it is to play off it. Probably a little better than looser mulch.
Looking mighty fine in the flat.
Just got out of the... Yeah, he is looking mighty fine in the plaid pants, hitting shots like that out of the trees with no follow through.
Martin Keimer, his 3rd shot at 8.
Hole high, little work remaining for birdie. All right, Stenson's got to be the one to make it, Dom.
Well, here's the last chance. Patro's effort was rather weak. Didn't learn very much from it, I'm sure, Henrik Stenson, but he did ask him to move his marker.
Getting back into a tie to lead with Patrick Reed. If it drops,
Another fearless prediction goes down the Swanee.
Ortiz just off the green with putter at 8, Sue-Ann.
Yeah, he nearly putted his first one off the green. This is for a birdie. Looks like he's not quite feeling the speed of the green today. Oh, he's not going to be happy with that. Still some work left for a par.
Bachara Kongwat Mai for par at the 6th. We're going to see that a little bit more today than we did yesterday. Players taking the breeze into consideration.
DJ at 8.
for his birdie to join teammate Patrick Reed on 6 under par.
He's definitely wanting to make this one after that bogey on the last hole. Played one of the easiest holes out here yesterday. It's a very interesting green surface. I call it the fortune cookie green. Looks exactly like a fortune cookie.
Well, that feels probably tastes better.
Hopefully it'll bring Dustin some fortune.
Lovely look at these putting surfaces. Like velvet.
Missed opportunity. Dustin Johnson. Charles Schwartzel is making a move up our pylon on the 4th green. Our champion at Centurion just outside of London, and that to go 2 under par. For the South African member of the Stinger Golf Club, finding a little bit of form on day 2. Hooge. Second at 17. Have we seen Sergio so far today? Maybe we did a little earlier, but this is at the 4th. This is his birdie putt. Not this time for Sergio. A little earlier on, Troy Mullins had an opportunity to chat with Sergio on the putting green.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, great.
Well, can we watch you warm up and tell us what you're doing with your putting?
Yeah, mostly when I come, I'll just hit some probably like 6 or 7 footers, fairly straight putts, just kind of get a good feel for the stroke. Sometimes I will use something to help me make sure I keep my weight a little bit more towards the toes, because the problem I have is sometimes I get a little bit too much on the inside.
Oh, so it's like rolling back on your heel.
So if I'm here, it's easier for me to go this way and too much face rotation, so try to keep it a bit more on top and then just a little bit more straight back and forth.
Have you always done the claw?
Yeah, I've gone back and forth. I do the claw probably from about 20 feet in, 15 feet in.
I literally just switched to doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But I'm more like 15 feet, 10 feet and in, I'll do the claw.
Yeah.
Because it just takes my right hand out of it.
Correct. The same thing for me.
Well, Sergio, thank you for spending
good?
time with us. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Good to see you as
Good
always.
luck this week.
Troy's been very busy today. Another interesting piece on the practice green with Sergio Garcia.
Sam Horsfield. Continues to hit nice shots.
Henrik's on the tee at 7.
The evil 7.
It's a potential card wrecker, this one, that's for sure. If you're 10 feet left of this pin, you've pushed it. That collection area just to the left of this green is not a bad spot to end up. I'm sure we've seen a lot of shots in that area already today. 189. Wind all over the place, but mainly down and off the right.
Hey, good swing.
Oh, stay there. Stop. It's a really good shot to finish there. Boy.
Ian Poulter moved up the pylon thanks to this superb birdie to go 3 under par. He's in the mood. He's in the zone. Ian Poulter of the Majestics as well. They are 2 shots behind the 4 aces in the team competition.
Reed on the tee at 7.
Yeah. Looks like he's aiming out a little out over the water there.
Yeah. He will tend to do that. He hits a draw. Wow. That's a brave shot and a beautiful one. Wow. Marty Keimer for birdie at 8.
Easiest hole on the course yesterday, averaging 4.58 on the par 5. Casey. Confident wrap right there.
3 under par for the day. Paul Casey after his opening round of 72. Correction, 2 under par today.
Dustin Johnson taking a mighty rip at it. Up the hill at 9.
On this golf course is quickening up.
Yeah, Sarah Copeland. They're looking mighty fine in the tight and white.
Yeah. It's a competition to see who can do the longest. Yeah. They follow Dustin Johnson. Back with Kongwat Mai. 3 under par.
Not using a tee. I don't like that on a par 3. As Jack Nicklaus said, if you're allowed to use a tee, use it.
Why settle for a good lie when you can have a perfect one? Jack and Arnold Palmer both have said. But then there was someone throughout history who was pretty good named Sam Snead who used to say, I never practiced with a tee, so why would I play with one? Michigan State star James Pyatt. It's 3rd to the par 5, and that's a bit of a tug there.
Only turned pro in May. Crushers captain Bryson DeChambeau at 12.
No win.
Oh, boy. That's a long ways off from the fairway right there, David.
A 2-club mistake right there.
Well, he might not have liked that shot so much, but the kids, it appears, love Bryson. Dorney, 7.663. LIV Golf Invitational from Bedminster. High fives all around, or low fives really, with the kids sticking their hands out, and Bryson DeChambeau happy to oblige. Louis Oosthuizen, 3rd shot at 18.
Louis had such a disaster at 7 yesterday. A quintuple bogey 8. How about that for a little spectacular backspin?
That was interesting right there. Westwood for birdie. Back at the 6, up the hill, but still not slow.
Teammate Ian Poulter on the tee at 10.
Had a chance to play with his son Luke in a function down in South Florida at the Floridian. Great golf course. And he hits it a little farther than Ian. Commit to University of Florida is young Luke. Massive distance off the tee. Dad's very proud. Smythe, Travis Smythe for birdie at number 5 just earlier.
A lovely little line putt, curls around the hole.
That'll work. That'll work.
Come on, my behind the green here, Dom.
Yeah, it's a good lie. He's got a slightly easier chip than Eric Stenson. It's going into the wind, a bit flatter too once it hits the green.
Sounded like he kind of scooped it a little, scooped it perfectly.
Yeah, it did look like that.
Horsfield has this for birdie. Pretty speedy. Ooh, left turn without signaling.
This is where our final group have driven it. at number 9, just short of the bottleneck. Ortiz will be first. Club short or a little thick.
Whilst that was happening, Henrik Stenson played at 7.
Little chip and run off that uphill lie into the green.
He won't be all that happy with that one. Really hit a beautiful tee shot.
Let's head back to the 9th. Suen following Martin Keimer.
He's got 142 into this back hole location, tucked all the way back there. Downwind. Pin is in a pretty flat position, so can get aggressive.
Patrick Reed for birdie at 7 to take a 2-stroke lead at the top of our leaderboard. Beautifully done, Patrick Reed. After a slightly slow start to the day, he's back to where he started. 7 under par, 2 clear of Dustin Johnson and Henrik Stenson.
Yeah? Yes, 12 of 23s, 111, 1 down, 110.
Troy Mullins following Ian Poulter.
On 37.
Let's just listen in to the conversation first.
It's the left again now. You want to pitch this on the pin, right?
Oh, this wind keeps switching.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's in, but it's a little bit off the left now.
Yeah, go on.
.37 playing. Yeah, I was playing 50-ish.
Coming out of the thick stuff, Brooks Koepka going first. He has more than enough strength to get it there. And this wind just swirling around.
Keep it down a bit.
Yeah, I'd say with this one we go kind of split the tower and the pin, because it falls in a little bit that way anyway.
You can have the right club at address and the wrong one at the top of your backswing if you're not careful.
Where is this wind?
It's coming back, it's off the left.
All right, that was the correct golf club.
Well, yeah.
DJ, his second of the 9th.
Oh, yeah.
Little action on it.
Westwood on the tee at 7. Stenson did go on to make par here just earlier. Was posing on that one. Oh, no.
Such a good shot to finish there.
That's what, yeah. We're dropping balls there, driving around the course the other day in practice rounds when players were playing. It's just brutal right in that area. It is a red penalty area. Drop it up there, and it's relatively good chance to say bogey now.
Long birdie put at 9 here for Carlos Ortiz.
He has struggled with his speed putting all day today. He just needs to lag one up here, get some confidence in a long putt. Keep going.
What a wonderful effort
Doesn't get much better than that.
Home course growing up, Guadalajara Country Club. Is that a club that either of you are familiar with?
Yes, been there to cover what they used to be the home of Lorena Ochoa's LPGA event. Love it down in Guadalajara. Tight course, immaculately conditioned, not a long course. Stenson on the tee.
First real birdie chance today for these guys.
That was striped. Take a look at the drone flyover from high elevation. Gorgeous look at the immaculately maintained course. Like David has said many times, such a tremendous job by the entire crew here at Trump National Bedminster to get this course as pristine as it is, given the fact they have not had rain in 5 weeks. Big, giant, kidney-shaped green, shallow, slopes a lot from back to front. Reed was first earlier on the tee. With a leg kick before bending down to pick up the tee means I love it.
11 to play for Patrick Reed, who was 7 under yesterday, the close of play, a 64, so level par so far today.
Keep going!
Oh, he's so bad.
Frustration for Dustin Johnson. That would have given the 4 aces a 4-stroke lead in the team competition.
Taylor Gooch.
This may yet.
Yeah.
All right, get in, get in.
This may yet. It does. Taylor Gooch. That was a little earlier on the 17th. The cries of Gooch.
4 aces, 4 under on the day, and a difficult scoring day for all of the teams. We check back in on Martin Keimer, right in front of the fans and clubhouse area at the 9th.
He's aiming this just outside left edge. Just to go back-to-back birdies.
Circles around and drops for Keimer. Climbing the pylon as well. Now tied for 4th individually. Yep.
Casey for birdie at 17. He's having himself a decent day, Paul Casey, in his first LIV Golf event. What about his fellow Englishman, Ian Poulter? This for his birdie at the 10th. DJ for his par at 9. Stay in that tie for second place. No mistakes made. 5 under par with Henrik Stenson. Both trail Patrick Reed by 2 strokes. Charles Howell the 3rd for his birdie. This is the 10th.
One over on the day for Charles Howell. Tanahara out at the 2nd. Sounded a little rough in there.
Great job, buddy.
Beautifully judged from that lie.
Back to Stenson at 8, Dom.
Yeah, well, 256 for Henrik Stenson, uphill, downwind. Gotta, you know, being long here is not bad. Obviously, it's pretty tight to that front bunker. Being in the front of that front bunker is not a bad spot either. How about Pacha? He's 47 yards past Henrik Stenson's drive.
Ouch.
Indeed.
Gets that one well up in the air.
Oh, magnificent shot with the fairway wood.
We'll stay for Patrick Reed here, Dom.
Yeah, just 3 yards closer, 253 with an iron. I'm not sure he can carry the trap. He's got to really step on this. Maybe he's just trying to play it for the bunker, but that, why would you do that?
I think he's going to try and swing it around. No, he's not.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Well, if that gets up onto the upslope there, it's not in bad shape, as Dom said.
Doesn't look good here for Bryson, David.
Munch.
207 out of the rough, uphill.
Leave an awkward one.
Yeah.
Well, he's the captain of the Crushers, Bryson DeChambeau. Big signing for them was Paul Casey. They are 2 strokes behind the Ironheads, who currently occupy 3rd place. Back with Pachara Kongwat Mai on the 8th dot.
207 yards. It's no more than a 7-iron for this guy. Back edge of the green is fine. Gotta go a little bit.
Oh, there's an eagle chance. There's an eagle.
Only 2 eagles all day yesterday.
Which would get the young man back to where he started this morning, 5 under par. He was 2 strokes off the lead overnight. To the tee at 11, and Ian Poulter. You can hear the breeze buffeting our effects microphones out there. The Trump National here in Bedminster. It's a beautiful sunny day. The wind is causing 1 or 2 problems out there. Hudson Swatford.
Yeah, lovely shot, flag high.
Carlos Ortiz on the tee making, well, turn. It would be, except he started on hole 2.
It's the 2nd shortest par 4 this week. Might be a little different today, though. Wind is straight into our faces.
Lovely low penetrating flight there.
Let's stay for DJ.
He's hitting the ball so nicely. 64% of his fairways yesterday. So far he's hit all of his fairways, I think. He's headed towards the right-hand side.
Lee Westwood to save par at 7.
He hit his tee shot right at the flagstick, just not quite enough.
Out at the 8th with Patrick Reed in the bunker. Good lie, Dom.
Yeah, Jerry, but ball slightly above him, but it's not an easy shot, you know. There's quite a steep slope from the edge of the bunker on the guideline he's going at. for about the first 3 yards. It's a pretty steep bank. If he doesn't clear that, it could roll back, well, maybe not in the bunker, but sort of back towards him. He's a wonderful bunker player. I think he'll handle it quite well.
Keep going. Yeah, landed pretty slow.
This was Travis Smythe for his birdie at 6. Two under par 69 yesterday, even on the day so far. Matthew Wolff for birdie at 12. Plays for the High Flyers.
Matty's had a couple of good-looking putts today that haven't dropped. See if Stenson can hit one here. This for Eagle at 8.
It's going to move a foot and a half, 2 feet from the right, perhaps. Great music being played too, but these guys are oblivious to it. Leaving the flag in. It's quick. It's got a chance.
That's just what he needed. After the double at 3. He's fought his way back courageously.
Brandon Grace for his birdie at 6.
Up the slope, little tear in the green. Now we've seen everybody fooled a little bit by the speed. So many putts just running past somewhat of an uncomfortable length. That one not so much as we go check back in on Ian Poulter at the 11th. Troy Mullins hanging out alongside.
Yes, I'm out here. He has 132 to the pin, severely into the wind uphill. He does not want to spin this back.
Yeah, I just like it's borderline. At this point, it's real close.
That wind is definitely increasing.
Just let this good gust go through a touch.
It's come off the right now for some reason.
Yeah.
See it?
I do.
Completely gone that way.
I think we've got another big gust coming. I mean, on that tower, mate, we've got 25 takes everything out.
What's the back edge?
It's 48. Oh, that's
Total,
there.
on the total of back edge.
Yeah, but on the pin, it's like 40.
Whilst we wait for Ian Poulter, Reed for his birdie to retake the individual lead. Oh, that's a chance that has slipped by.
Yeah, that's a couple of those he's missed.
Missed a really short one yesterday. It was a bit of a surprise.
Not with Poulter. No.
Well, he's going to go one more.
All right. 36 to pin. That's pretty much our land number at the 11. Right, it's gone.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see, as far as I know, I'm not sure.
Come on. Nice and committed.
There's James Walton on the bag.
Jesus Christ.
Are you kidding me?
Just wait.
Give me the other one.
So every time he picks
36.
one, there's another huge gust of wind that changes his mind.
Quick. He's had everything in his hand except the umbrella at this point. Okay. How did we do?
Fingers are crossed from his caddy.
Yeah, baby.
Done well.
Wow. Hold on, mate.
After all that.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry, guys.
No need to apologise here. We enjoyed it. Come on by for Eagle at the 8th.
It's a tie for the skin in his group there. Nicely done.
Back to 5 under par. Well, the Majestics and the 4 aces in a team battle at the top of the team leaderboard. This was Lee Westwood off the 7th tee. He was going to roll, and he kept rolling, and a block into the water. Taylor Gooch is having himself a day. Well, this is why it's a 4-shot lead for the 4 aces now. He's 3 under today for himself, 1 under overall, and the lead for the 4 aces is currently 4 strokes. They're 15 under par. The Majestics 11 under. The Ironheads still 3rd, 7 under par. That hasn't changed overnight.
Captain is helping him out today, though, Captain Na.
No, sitting up. DJ from the right rough at 10. And he has hit some really nice shots from the thick stuff over the last couple of days.
Reed on the tee at 9.
He's just hanging on like that's left.
A little hot out here for all black. A little hot out here for all black. Now?
From Houston, man.
Oh, from Houston. Chase Koepka gets that to drop for par at the 6th hole. Keeps him where he's at. Then his brother. Up the hill, 11 line landing for the players in the fairway. That's going to work out. Paul Casey on the green at 18.
Hung it out there a little too much.
Long birdie put here for Martin Keimer on the 10th.
And this is going to move from his left to right. Looks like he's found some groove with a back-to-back birdie. Right about there, should move right back to his left.
Ten to play for Martin Keimer. 3 under par, 4 off the lead. Fans of all ages. Oh, here we go. Is there not a steeper hill for that anywhere on the golf course?
Really? I've often felt like that.
Kokrak's second shot at 8.
Plunges in.
You said it when we were driving around the course earlier, David, between having to stop for selfies with people, sign autographs, and wave relentlessly. You said this wind is going to cause some tricks out there, and it's really doing it.
Yeah, as quick as these greens are, it's starting to get shiny out there.
Yeah, they're a little frightening. See if Poulter can take advantage of that lengthy but awesome second shot. That wasn't the wind's fault.
Put a shot clock on Poulter, eh? Says BA Lynn 75. Travis Smythe on the tee at 7.
Oh,
nope. That result's predictable. Oh,
that wasn't close.
Nope.
Turned his back on that immediately, didn't he? DJ for birdie at 10.
Well, he's got 2 really good reads from Keimer and Carlos. You can see where Austin is pointing to. Definitely a very makeable putt. Slightly uphill.
Hey, can everybody just hold up back there, please? Just stand for me. Thanks, guys. Hold up.
We talk a lot about his length off the tee and how good he is, but he's gotten so good around the greens and with his putting, but not that one. Missed opportunity again for DJ.
It's just hard for me to go any less. 44. Yeah. I mean, so let's say it comes out normal. Gap wedge of 138, and you got downwind. It could at least get to the front edge.
Yeah, but then 33 is 99.5.
Yeah. So it's like that, like kind of 85, 90. Yeah. Perfect.
All right, Dom, what do we got?
Yeah, they all went through the fairway because on the angle, the wind is so strong. But he says 138, right? That's to the front. It's got another 33, so 171.
Settle.
Well, with all that calculating, that's actually pretty well done out of the rough.
Be okay, I mean.
Brooks for birdie. He's playing the 11th. There it is. 1 over for today for Brooks Koepka. 2 under overall, 5 behind our leaders. And here's one of them, Henrik Stenson.
Very similar lie to Patrick Reed. Ball above his feet once again. Just they probably shouldn't have hit driver off the tee. 158 yards. If he can land it where Patrick Reed's ball landed, that's obviously going to be pretty good. It's got to go a bit. Oh, it's bunker.
Did not come out the way he expected, I suspect.
Sergio for birdie. 9 holes to play for Sergio. After this one gets tapped in.
Another massive tee shot, 123. Better lie than the other 2. Better angle than the other 2.
Watching him on the range earlier, and boy, he generates some speed for a slender guy.
Approaching the halfway stage on the second day here. Charles Schwartzel for birdie at the 6th. Watches that intently as it just about makes it into the hole. And London champion making his march today. Matt Jones, how about that? A 3rd at the 17th. Just waves it off nonchalantly, but that was a nice moment for Jonesy. And now to the tee at 11 and Dustin Johnson.
Maybe a little overdone on that line. Ooh. Yeah. Sitting up.
I hit it good, but I don't think I hit it that good.
Pat Perez on the green at 13.
Oh.
He's thrown out a first pitch, much like you, Arlo. I know you did it a week ago at Wrigley Field.
But I also know you don't like me to talk about it.
It's a very nice effort. No, not provoked. Yes.
I've done that for the Rock Island River Rats.
Really?
Yes.
Were you honorary mascot?
I'm not sure what I was, but I know the catcher had a tremendous wingspan in order to catch it.
But it didn't bounce, though, crucially, David.
Didn't bounce, no.
Yeah, but you played cricket, so it's understandable. Cricket as a kid. Scott Vincent, this little curler here out at the 5th.
Oh, wow. How many people were watching at the Rock Island River Rats?
There were a few. Yeah, just a few.
Where's Rock Island?
The Quad Cities.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The minor league baseball. Such an intimate and fun experience. All right, Stenson, long bunker shot here at the 9th.
Sounded peculiar, that one.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah. Almost like he got some of the ball.
Oh, sorry. 8-9 short. Yeah, with the 62. I wasn't unhappy when I hit it, though.
Brandon Grace. This for par at the 7th.
Easy. Well, that's only a few more feet, and that's down maybe in the water on that line. That stroke average on 7 is going to go way up today. We knew it when she saw the design. They put that right hole location in, and it is mean. So we go back to the 9th, Kongwat Mai.
Pretty flat putt, but putting downwind on these speedy greens, it can get away from you. If anything, it might just fall to the left at the end when it slows.
Well, keep our eye on this young man. He started with a 3 under 67 in London. He ended Portland with a 2 under 70. In the 4 rounds in between, he was 18 over par. 23 years of age. Clearly supremely talented, but just getting used to golf at this level, as Don was talking to us about in Portland.
And playing against guys he's only seen on TV and idolized mostly. And it's one thing to have the game to be able to hang with him, but it's another thing to feel like you belong there. And he obviously is feeling like that, because this is an experience for him that could be career and life changing. And he's holding his own nicely. Chase Koepka manages to make par at the little par 3, but tricky number 7.
Patrick Reed's on the green at 9.
And this is just his length. He's seen that it turns a little right to left, as Dom said. Maybe not quite as much from this angle.
Taylor Gooch is leading the way, isn't he, for the 4 races today? 3 under par. Patrick Reed level for the day. Likewise, Henrik Stenson. 2-stroke lead over Dustin Johnson at the Tara Kongwat Mai.
Carlos Ortiz with his second of the 11th. Folded.
Henrik Stenson at 9 then for his par.
just trying to get settled with the wind here.
That was fabulous from Henrik Stenson. 48 players, bright sunshine, the winds are gusting. We have 9 holes to play on day 2.
Today, the journey continues on the doorstep of New York City. 48 individuals battle the constant pressures of this game, knowing they play for something bigger.
Every single shot matters for the livelihood of the other players.
You know, it just makes every shot more critical.
For themselves, for their country, for their team. This is how we live.
Well, we're halfway through the LIV Golf Invitational Bedminster. The wind is a problem today, although the Stars and Stripes fluttering proudly on the flagpole there. It's pretty warm. It's not that humid. There's bright sunshine across a gorgeous golf course, but the wind is causing problems. Arlo White, Jerry Foltz, David Faherty, Don Belay, Sue-Ann Heng and Troy Mullins out on the course as well. Gentlemen, here, before we head out to talk to everybody on the course, we predicted it beforehand that the wind was going to be a problem today. We haven't seen anything like the low scores of yesterday. Is that solely the issue here?
Yeah, pretty much is. You got that wind blowing probably 10 to 15 miles an hour now, and you can see the golf course is getting a little quicker. The greens are getting shiny, and we're seeing short putts missed. You know, and that's when you know that wind is really becoming a factor.
It's almost 2.5 shots tougher than it was in round 1, and you're seeing a difference in the team makeup as well. There are a few teams that are over par for the day, and that's a death sentence in team competition. And but the 4 aces, of course, 4 under on the day and expanding their lead, which isn't a surprise.
Well, we might be a little bit warm in the studio, but not many other complaints, really. We're not having to face the sunshine and the wind out there on the course. But Sue-Ann Heng, you do. What are your thoughts at the halfway stage here on day 2?
I had a lovely chat with Dustin Johnson walking up the 10th, and he said to me, thank God there is a breeze out here, otherwise it would be so hot. And I don't disagree with him, but with that wind, it's going to make a tough course even tougher, as you guys have already said. Dustin Johnson's playing some great golf, but don't be surprised if you see some big movement on the pylon today. What's happening with you, Dom?
Well, Sue-Ann, conditions are brutal out here, but for the group I'm following, because they had such great rounds yesterday, that if they can hang around even par for the day, which is what they are actually at the moment, they could actually start tomorrow in positions that they are in right now, 1, 2, 3. And can you imagine if Pachara Kongwatmai won tomorrow, $4 million US? That is 120 million Thai baht. That is indeed life-changing. Over to you, Troy.
Well, my group really struggled on holes 5, 6, and 7. They couldn't understand the wind. It was swirling. It was gusting. Ian Poulter has stayed at 3 under. Brooks Koepka and Howell have both dropped back to 2 under. But hole 8 is definitely an energy changer. It's a reachable par 5. Both of the guys, Howell and Brooks, made it on in 2. But it's also a vibe. People are hanging out on the grass. There's music playing. You can see the clouds and the whole... Let me tell you, if I had to be on this course today, that's where you would find me.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Dom. Thank you, Sue-Ann. Lots more to come from them as the day progresses. Here are some of the top shots. Maybe this is Matthew Wolff auditioning for the 4 aces.
This is his first shot of the day.
Yeah, almost an ace at hole number 4.
Still don't know how that dropped. It caught a piece of the hole with no speed.
Also at 4, Lee Westwood.
not meant to be an easy par 3, David.
No, the flag is in a comfortable position there in the bottom of that swale, which is probably why we're seeing so many shots close to the hole.
Taylor Gooch having a superb day for the 4 aces. This for birdie at 17.
All right, get in, get in, get in, get in.
Bachara Kongwat Mai from Thailand, 23 years of age, and he is disrupting the leaderboard here. His second at the 8th.
Well, he just destroyed the golf ball off the tee and then made short work of the rest of it.
Henrik Stenson had a rocky start to round 2, but this for eagle at 8. That's as good as it gets. Stenson for the Majestics as well, who are in second place.
That was the equivalent of Stenson jumping up and down right there.
It was. He went absolutely berserk.
Why don't we get the second half of LIV Bedminster underway on the 10th tee. 9 to play here for Patrick Reed.
Everyone starts, everyone finishes at the same time. Hopefully the ball's better than where it looked. Turk Pettit at the 15th hole, 9 to play for him. This for birdie. Yeah. Quiet young man, a lot of talent. Schwartzel on the tee at 7. Uh-oh.
Yeah, just land off that like it might be a fraction to the right. Oh, it was, that's the best we've seen.
Yeah.
Wonderful shot.
All right, Phil on the tee at 4.
Another beauty.
Kevin Na is on the tee at 16. His Ironheads maintaining 3rd place at the moment in the team competition. Stroke ahead of the Nibliks. That might make the highlight reel for later on.
Curled to perfection.
Taylor Gooch for his birdie at 1. Yet another birdie, perhaps.
Yeah. Boy, he has got his eye in on the greens.
Ian Poulter for birdie at 12.
Missed a couple of chances like that in the last few holes. Hit the ball beautifully.
It's all happening. DJ for birdie at 11.
Oh, get in the hole. Come on, go.
Long way away.
Okay. Yeah, good speed. Good putt. Very nice.
He'll stay 2 shots back of Reed and Stenson. Inamori on the 9th green. That just slides agonizingly by. The Talk team, all Japanese. Green at 17.
Come on, get there.
Yeah, it's Hudson Swafford. A little shy. Mickelson for a 2 at the par 3 4th. We've seen a few of those. Schwartzel.
In stereo.
Yeah.
For birdie.
Wow. That would have been a rare one. An endangered species at the 7th. Birdies are.
For sure, it's probably about 11 o'clock.
like doing it. So that being said, 155, pin's probably playing closer to 170 with the wind.
A little quick.
Yeah, comes out a little hot, so.
9?
Yeah, nice stock 9, Patrick.
Yeah, you got better on a soft 8?
I do.
Well, he's got 158. That's the yardage.
Yeah.
He's saying 170 he's playing, but he's got 9 iron.
Yeah, he must be expecting a jumper.
Yeah, the lie's not that bad. Doesn't look like a jumper to me, David.
No, it looks a little green to jump, doesn't it?
Sit. Sit.
It did come out hot. Bunker. Oh my goodness.
Screaming flyer. Well, he read the lie correctly. Just didn't hit the right shot.
That was even playing for the quickness.
Yeah.
I could have hit sand wedge. Well, that just went.
Yeah.
Well, the grass gets between the ball and the club face. D lofts it and comes out like a knuckler. It just penetrates through the wind. And it flies the lot. Stenson will be next.
Just be aware of it. Yep.
14 yards closer, 144, but from the middle of the fairway, he's not obviously going to worry about the flyer. He's just got to worry about getting an upshooter and coming up short. But everything on this green slopes from left in the middle towards that pin position. So, you know, play it 20 feet left and it might end up 15 feet away. Just take that bunker out of play.
Yeah, nicely played. Poulter on the tee at the par 4, 13th.
Poulter!
That's a nice, lovely little 2 or 3 yard draw.
That's probably the play.
Took a nice quick seat. Hopefully no dirt on it. Come with my 10.
Boy, he's loosened up. 32 yards past Stenson, only 112 yards. He's got the distance. In fact, he's past it. Might spin back.
Yeah, good shot.
You're going to have to explain to me where that power comes from, David.
Yeah.
Well, earlier today, our own Troy Mullins gave us a first-hand look at this exact hole.
I'm standing here on hole 10, the 416-yard par 4 on day 2 of the tournament. Yesterday, 46 of the 48 players shot par or better. They played it safe. They hit 3-wood off the tee, avoiding the bunker down the right side. But today, they're looking at hitting into a 15-mile-per-hour headwind, so will they play it differently? I think some guys might pull driver. Fade players will favor that left side, which is perfect to land it in the fairway, but those draw players, they take it down that right side. They might land in trouble, and we'll see if they can get up and down for a par. Woo! That was good. I guess this fairway was just nice to me, gave me a little bit of a run. Now I'm sitting in the middle, 134 yards, tempting over the bunker, but I'm up for the challenge. Yeah, that's why there were so many pars here. This is a gettable hole, and I think I just got it.
You did?
That's a pretty large-scale operation. You'd think we could get a caddy for, right, David?
Really?
Yeah. Travis Smythe.
It's the 8th hole and his 3rd shot. Get much closer than that?
No, not at all.
Here's an interesting one for Patrick Reed. It's all trampled down in this chewy rough.
It's a man of the people.
I'm surprised the balls ended up there. I asked if it hit anybody. They said no. I thought it'd be further down the slope than that, but it's made it quite an easy up and down, to be honest with you. Pretty good lie. Actually, very good lie. Only worry is it's downwind.
That sounded like a drop kick. It's going to come out with no spin. He ground very hard underneath there.
Yeah.
Bounce on the sand wedge, just clanked it up into the ball.
Dustin ahead at the 12th.
139 into this elevated green. Wind is into him. Hole location's tucked behind that bunker today.
A little low punch shot. Gonna come back a little.
Keep going. Get some momentum. There you go. Take a look at some of the Four Aces highlights. They are leading the way now. This is Dustin Johnson. Earlier in the day for birdie at number 4. Then Taylor Gooch had this up ahead for birdie at the 17th. Of course, that's why they're highlights. Gooch. This, another birdie at 1. He is currently, as we show these highlights, 4 under on his round today. And leading the way for the team along with Dustin Johnson. 1 under on the day, 5 under for the tournament. 6 under total, and just kind of running away with it here from a team standpoint right now. 4 shots clear of the Majestics. Charles Howell from the right rough.
Nose dives. This was Hendrik Stenson for birdie at the 10th hole. Yeah. Almost came back at him.
We haven't seen many do that. Almost all are lipping out. Taylor Gooch with a hot hand, playing number 2 from the rough.
Again from the rough, coming up with absolutely no spin. But that's all right.
Koepka 13.
Flagstick hidden all the way over in the right corner of this green.
Holy fucking shit.
Not sure that he liked that one.
You see that? Yeah.
This is live golf. Live reactions.
Stuff happens.
Reed for par.
That one got away from him immediately off the putter face. Maybe a misread.
Well, Jerry, you mentioned that the Four Aces might be running away with it. 16 under par, they've got a 4-shot lead over the Majestics, but an 11-stroke lead ahead of 4th place Niblicks.
That's really spreading out at the top, isn't it? 9 over the Ironheads, 11 over the Niblicks.
Gooch with just a little fluffy chip there. At 16, Bryson DeChambeau. He makes those clubs look like toothpicks in his hand.
Toothpicks with a really fat handle.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Kyle Berkshire, the long drive champion here, hitting it the other day alongside, good friends with. And Bryson's kind of in a league of his own distance-wise in professional golf for the most part, not completely, but hitting next to a guy who's hitting 230 miles per hour in ball speed.
Yeah.
It's a whole different world next to Kyle.
Bryson can find his ball. That's one of the keys.
Kyle is remarkably accurate for a long driver, but it's not the same thing. If you hit it crooked, it doesn't stop for a while when you got that much club head speed. So I'm told. Stenson with the lead on the tee.
Straight into the wind on this downhill par 4. You can't fan it a little bit to the right here because it's not going to cover the penalty area in this wind.
Oh my God.
Paul Casey for his birdie at 2, playing his first LIV Golf event. Member of Bryson DeChambeau's Crushers. Even par for the tournament at the moment, and it'll stay that way.
All right. Driver, Dom, for Bechara.
Here we go. This is how he hits it.
You want to be on the fairway on this
small
hole.
hip turn, huge shoulder turn.
That started left.
Yep, just fine.
That's impressive. And takes the shortest possible route, even with the distance. Reed next.
This is the part of the course where some of the hole locations get rather interesting, guys. So fairway a must. Such a huge advantage coming out of the short stuff.
Well, he didn't get the kick to the right that he needed. That one may have settled down just a little.
See, I mean, into the wind, I wouldn't think I can get through.
Yeah.
Go, Pat.
Westwood with his second shot of the 10th. Just caught the edge of the fairway. And a beautiful shot from the Englishman. VJ at the 12th.
He's aiming this ball right. Gotta go. What was the right line if he just hit it a little harder?
It's colorful commentary.
There's
here
a
by
giant
the fans.
bug in the hole there. He needs to be careful it doesn't take the ball out with it.
To the green at 13. This is Koepka for par after the mud ball. Second shot. Oh, that'll be more maddening than the mud ball.
Wow.
That's almost a U-turn.
Mm-hmm. Sean Norris. His second shot at the 18th. Is always going to come zipping back there from out of the bunker. Need to be careful. We'll see.
Well, I think Dustin Johnson is enjoying life on the LIV Golf circuit. Fist bumps for everybody that sticks out an arm. Here's Oosthuizen. He's enjoying himself as well. This for his birdie at 4. Just clawing back one or two of the shots after that. Was it a quadruple or a
He ended up making 7. We had him for one more ball in the water than he actually hit. It's an uncomfortable question I had to clear up with him yesterday evening when he handled it.
Yeah, that's not one you really need to investigate too deeply.
What'd you make on 7?
Because we had you down for an 8.
We had you down for an 8, yeah. All right, taking a look at the fairway.
And the hot zone there in the center, that's where most of the balls have ended up. And the flag today is really hidden behind the bunker on the right, close to the edge of the green. It's almost on the next tee.
It's 278 to run through that fairway on the right-hand side. You definitely don't want to be in the rough here. Must hit fairway. Wind coming up the right-hand side.
Straight across, is it, Sue-Ann?
Yeah, straight across.
So
it's kind of died down, though.
Oh.
A lot more room on the left-hand side.
Holding it up against that breeze with a little fade. And that is not where you want to be with the flag over on the right.
On a downslope as well.
Yeah. Reed at 11.
Well, it's an okay lie. It looks very similar to the one on the last hole where he caught a jumper. If you catch a jumper here, well, I don't think he's going to get it up and down. He needs to aim it to the middle of the green, about 20 feet left of this green. Use the entire depth of this green, because this is the shallowest green on the golf course. He just needs to land it a couple of yards on to the front edge, let it release.
Definitely coming out hard.
Maybe expecting a little bit more of a flyer there, didn't get it.
DJ from the right side of the tee at 13.
He can definitely get this down. On the left-hand side, I saw Phil yesterday bombed one with his driver. Only had 88 yards left. Let's see if Dustin can do the same thing.
This is a fairway wood.
Oh, he's a beautiful.
Well, it's sitting up, and the shorter stuff may not be too bad. Stenson now.
129. If he goes for this pin at that angle, he's 5 yards past this pin. He's 35 yards past this pin. Oh, because that's slow. That's a smart shot.
Let's check in with Ian Poulter, shall we? This for par at 13. You saw in our pylon on the left-hand side of your screen that he'd already slipped back to 2 under par. Also on 2 under par, his teammate Sam Horsfield from Manchester, England. Dom, come what my at 11.
Oh, another big tee shot, 111 yards. Wind's just died down. He can maybe be a little more aggressive. Needs to sit. It needs to sit.
It did. Yeah. It did more than sit. Very impressive young man.
A few moments ago, Lee Westwood for birdie at 10. He is tied for 5th now on 4 under par. Good news for the Majestics as well. Who close that gap against the 4 aces to 3 strokes? Turk Pettit has a 3rd shot here at 17.
Only 4 players more than 1 under par who would shoot 60 if they finish now. Pettit, one of them, 3 under on the round. Gooch leading the way at 4 under for the daily scores. Poulter's tee ball away.
Overheld it. God damn it.
Cut it a little too much into that right to left wind. Just held it there. You could hear him.
Into the second half of the second round here. Action happening everywhere. Matt Jones, it's great par in 7 rounds so far. He's 1 under for today after that birdie at 2. Carlos Ortiz, birdie put at 12 for the Fireballs, who are now 2 shots off the podium. Junichiro Kinoshita from Kagoshima, 34 at the 15th. And we head out to Patrick Reed playing the 11th.
this surprises me. Tight lie, a wall in front of him. Open club face, boy.
What's the option, Dom?
Well, I thought maybe he'd putt it even, or even maybe hit it with a 3, would run it up that bank. It's kind of like the 5th at St Andrews, the par 5, that wall in front of you. And he's going to go with spin.
He clipped it nicely. He over-clipped it, maybe. Boy. Got so much zip on that one. Didn't get it there. Schwartzel with his 3rd shot at the 8th.
Yes.
This for Eagle.
I go back out after this.
Charles dropped 36 places from victory at Centurion on 7 under par to tied for 37th on 8 over in Portland.
You average them out, though, the earnings are pretty good.
Not doing too badly with the 13.2 million between the 4 stingers so far.
There's a hot hand on the course right here, Taylor Gooch.
Another great chance. Justin Harding for birdie at the 7th. This would be a rare one. Yeah. We've had some catastrophes here.
Henrik Stenson, on the 8th, a 35-footer for Eagle, in. On the 9th, 15-footer for par, in. The 10th, 25-footer for birdie, in. He's on a roll.
Yeah, these greens are so perfect. When these guys get on a roll like that, they think they can make pretty much everything.
Stenson showing exactly why he moved over.
Yes, he is.
Good golf, he is, with a chip on the shoulder.
Here's a lush green lie that you don't want. You
This
just see
is
the
such
flag tucked in there on the right, Sue-Ann.
Yeah, this is such a tough shot here. His lie is sitting down, downwind now. Into a tough pin position. He doesn't not want to go long left. Oh boy.
Oh, yikes.
That's not going to be good.
Oh, and it ends up on the seam there as well. It may not be. He's got a little room to work with.
DJ next.
Slightly better lie, 147. He's launched this right up in the air.
Yeah, it's over. Just flew over.
Over the green.
So important to hit the fairway.
Yeah. It's nice to see that, actually. It's been a while. Been a few tournaments. Been a few years since premium has been placed back on hitting fairways. That's the case here this week.
That was Reed for par. So the leader will drop a shot.
Koepka. Brooks at the 14th.
I beg your pardon. I just accused Pector Reid of leading. He is tied for 2nd along with DJ and Kongwat Mai.
Kongwat Mai has a short one here, Dom, to break out of that tie.
He was a yard. If that ball landed a yard further, would hit the downslope over the back of the green, he would have been 40 yards over. A little fortunate, but it's just dead straight. Keep your head still. Follow through. That's what we were taught as youngsters.
Let's go, Fat!
Right in the middle. Now in second place, 2 back, all by himself.
Good job.
to the green at 14. Poulter, who left this one out well to the right. Yeah, it gets quick right there. Poulter fighting to make par there. Shambo. His second shot at the 17th hole.
Come on, ball, draw. Short.
It's a little surprising. As much effort as he puts into figuring out things scientifically, how many shots he's misjudged this week in this inconsistent breeze today, especially. All right, Dom, as we watch Kongwat Mai with driver on the tee at 12. You've seen him play. I mean, he's a young kid. You haven't seen him play a ton, but you know him better than a lot of us and a lot of our viewers. How do you explain how comfortable he appears to feel in this heady competition?
Well, Jerry, you know, he's one of the top players on the Asian Tour. He gets to play whenever the star players come and play in Asia. You know, he's usually paired with them in the first couple of rounds at least. So there is a comfort level there. He's not intimidated anymore. And his nickname is Diamond.
Enrique!
Oh, that's a diamond in the rough.
That
was easy.
Went underground. The 12th hole. A long forced carry. It's about 270 yards to the fairway from the very back tee. They're playing it up, fortunately. And Kongwat Mai has driven it past that bunker. Another one of these greens with some serious movement in it. Stenson now.
Fairway wood off the deck.
That's a good club. Where this will land, it's the widest part of the fairway. If he took driver, the fairway's about 15 yards narrower.
He's known for the 3-wood, baby!
Rubber it down, what club is coming out there?
Patrick,
He's saying not take the Jensen.
Westwood, his second at 11. Get on the green. We're lowering our standards with that one.
Back to the 12th tee and Patrick Reed.
At this level, finding fairways cannot be overstated. The reason he made bogeys in the last 2 holes is coming out the rough, no control of the ball.
That's a champion right there. Hang on, baby. Cup, baby.
All right.
Matt, we love you. Matt.
Not in the fairway. Not terrible.
Sergio at 9. Short backswing laid off at the top. Drops it inside and turns his top off quickly.
You see where that club is halfway down on the downswing in the still photo, and it's belt high and laying sideways.
Still laid off.
Well, the LIV locker room pre-matches where opponents, well, they simply have to get along and share the same space. This morning, Abraham Anser, who plays under Sergio Garcia, of course, decided to share a bottle of tequila with Brandon Grace of Stinger GC.
Well, that's one way of, you know, trying to get one up.
A little bit of lime and a little bit of Coke. Yeah. You'd be surprised. Grapefruit soda feels good. Transforming your South African culture, a little Mexican. But I would just, if it was me, I would just sip it.
Oh, well, I have to give you a bottle of brandy.
You should drink it all before the round so you can have a little bit of a chance.
Well, you should have a few. I need to get my flagpole. My captain must have one. Awesome. Hey, absolutely, bro. For sure, man.
That's either fabulous generosity Oh, he's just outright trying to mess up Brandon Grace's game. Flesher Azul is the name of his tequila brand, isn't it? Did we agree that was Blue Arrow?
Yes, something like that. I wonder if we're allowed in the locker room. Nonetheless, DJ is getting a ruling here. Evidently, he stepped on his ball in the penalty area. And we're going to bring in Tony Z to explain what will happen next.
Well, when he was looking for his ball in the penalty area, if the ball was moved when he stepped on it, there's no penalty. He just replaces it on the spot and then proceeds to take relief from the penalty area.
Is that a change in the rule, or has that always been that way, Tony?
No, that's a change. In other words, now if a ball's moved in a search, you can you can replace it with no penalty. Now it looks like he's taking relief from the temporary movable obstruction.
Oh, now that would be a huge break if this is a free draw.
Yeah, that would be.
All right, you get one club length.
Yep, one club length. That is a free drop. Wow, what a break.
Yep. You got to stay within. It's got to stay within this arc. One club. Yep.
Matthew Wolff for birdie at 16. The third, and Taylor Gooch for his birdie.
See if he can add another.
Oh, wow, he misread it. Hit the putt exactly where he wanted to. Biesberger, 17.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, his effort in Portland was skewed by a quintuple bogey 9 in the first round. He ended 8 over, tied for 37th. Wiesberger, a little more solid so far in Bedminster. Patrick Reed at the 12th.
Just in the semi-rough, 158 yards. You don't want to mess with that deep bunker in front of the pin. There's a backstop. 7-8 yards. That's where really he should just play it to. In this wind, uphill, it can spin back.
Come on.
Look out.
Short.
You mean that bunker?
I don't know. That's why we hit that club.
DJ at 13 off the back edge. Not going to be enamored with that.
Oh, wow.
Back to Stenson.
32 is clear.
This hole's on the front end of a bowl, so you can hit it long right, long left, long straight at it. They all come back towards the hole. Take that bunker out of play.
Go as hard as you like. Go. Go. Oh my God.
Must have straight up. You couldn't have done better either. Got blasted halfway.
Oh, live to the Tesla, where they're watching LIV Golf.
Yeah, you don't want to run the battery down, you know.
That must be a self-drive version, I'm assuming.
You mean the car is actually watching the golf?
The car itself
was in a parking lot.
Loving it.
That was a pretty tough place right there for Kung Wot Mai. That's going to be not the easiest up and down.
On the green at 13, Dustin Johnson to save his par as the shadows lengthen.
So it turns out he wasn't in the hazard. He was just outside the hazard line.
That's what I assumed when we thought it was inside the penalty area. It wouldn't have gotten TIO relief inside the hazard, I don't believe. But nonetheless.
And while they were looking for Dustin's ball, Martin Keimer got bitten by a bee. Stung by a bee, I should say.
Yeah, it's bad when you're looking for your golf ball. Instead of a spotter, you need a game warden.
He's got some ice on it right now. Trying to just get the swelling down.
What a
might have been a two-shot save right there.
Absolutely.
DJ's teammate Taylor Gooch on the tee at 4.
Yeah. This flag in such a friendly spot.
Back to 12 and come what might.
He was unlucky with his tee shot. He only 102 yards. He had the worst lie I've seen all week. Couldn't even get there from 102. This will test his nerves.
It sounded like a little bit of a clank. Not bad, but not exactly what he wanted.
Wiesberger for birdie at 17.
Went right on him.
Carlos Ortiz for birdie at 13.
Ooh, that's a good birdie on that hole today.
Never a doubt. Reed at 12 from the front bunker.
Yeah, easier shot than what Conwat Mai had.
He didn't like the lie he had. Not able to get any real spin on it.
Moving up the pylon then, Taylor Gooch. Again, this for his birdie at 4 on the par 3, and he is 3 under par. That's 5 under for the day. He will count for the 4 aces, it appears, on day 2.
The 4 aces are 6 under par on the day. Team Torque, the all-Japanese team, they're 9 over with their 2 best balls on the day. It's a tough one out there.
No, it was just off the right. Look, you're very front of the green. Right of the flag is 211.
Ortiz is on the tee here. Get the phones out. Scan the QR code if you want to join us in Boston or Chicago. Presumably you get tickets for Bangkok there as well. Why not if you fancy a trip to Asia?
What shot you want to hit? You're going to have to go Adam here.
No, I'm going just right up to 14.
Yeah.
This is my stop one.
I mean, I'm pretty chuffed with it. You chuffed?
Yeah, stop one.
The wind is getting really tricky out here. It's swirling, making it really difficult to pick a club and a yardage. I have a 225 into this whole location. Ideally, you want to start just right at that TV tower, play a slight draw.
Yes. Get in the hole!
Hit the exact shot Sue-Ann said was ideal, and just a hair too much, but a heck of a shot on a 225-yard par 3. Stenson at 12 for birdie.
Martin Keimer, presumably suffering no ill effects, Suan, from the bee sting a few moments ago. Where was it? On the hand, on the arm?
He's actually got stung 3 times.
Today?
Just then, while looking for a golf ball.
3 times?
3 times.
It's starting to look like a hobby.
That's 3 different bees.
He's got 5-iron in hand. Teed up on the left-hand side, which means he's going to try and play a draw in here.
Right into the heart of the green.
That's a pretty good shot after getting stung 3 times.
It is.
Do bees only sting once, or does it depend on the...
Well, yeah, a bee will only sting you once and then it'll die.
Yeah.
So maybe they teamed up on him.
A trick read.
A wasp, on the other hand, will get you a number of times.
Do they die too?
No, sadly.
No wonder
They
I hate them.
They enjoy it.
Yes, sir.
DJ 14.
6-iron in hand.
I love you, DJ.
Sit.
Doesn't matter what DJ does, there's a member of the crowd that professes undying love after every shot.
There's always one.
Some people have a habit of doing that after a little libation.
Got his caddy in to have a look. I haven't seen that very often. This caddy used to caddy for Kirita Api Barnrat, Tong Jai Jaidi, very experienced man on the bag. He just has to get this started.
Holder with his 3rd shot of the 15th.
Well, we hinted at the schedule a few moments ago when we put the QR code on. London, there we go, complete. Charles Schwartzel, our champion there. Portland, Pumpkin Ridge was Brandon Grace's finest hour. Here we are in Bedminster. We have Boston to come in early September, followed by Rich Harvest Farms outside of Chicago. Then we head to Asia, Bangkok, Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. And we finish things up at the Trump National Golf Club Doral in Miami.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Going to a few places never been before.
And the league starts next year. 14 events.
14 events.
Starting in 2023.
That's some pretty special places we're rumored to visit.
Just rumors at this stage, of course, Joe.
Can't confirm nor deny. Be flying on Air Faraday to most of them.
I hope not. It'll be a Piper Cub.
You know I have a license. Would you go up in a plane with me?
No.
Maybe with a trained parachutist?
Yeah. Get your old pal back. Go crack at 12.
Yes. You're a wise man, David.
Never been accused of that. Oh, boy.
For the record, I would join you, Jerry.
You're not a wise man. There's a saying amongst pilots. There are old pilots. There are bold pilots. There are no old, bold pilots.
My only stipulation is before noon.
Stenson on the tee.
Well, the conditions are so tough out here. These guys are going to finish well after cocktail hour begins, which is a bit disappointing. What's he got in his hands, Jerry?
The fairway wood, and I'm not sure if it's 2 or the 4.
I think it's going to be the 4.
Yeah.
Downwind, downhill.
It looks a touch shorter than I think it is the 4.
It's my favorite hole on this golf course. So pretty.
Great ball, man. Good ball.
Not a hard hole, but with the wind conditions today and that tucked right hole location on a downslope, it's not the easiest either. Ortiz just birdied it, made it look relatively routine, but 2 good shots and you got a chance. You miss it at all and you're paying a price. As David takes us through this water skimming flyover.
Yeah, beautiful little dog leg to the left. Players knocking it into that wider area, and then the flag today perched up behind this bunker on the right, and we've seen players over the back already. Dustin Johnson got away with a real dodgy one there.
Talking about my next. Don't see the club. It's an iron.
Well, it's just 3-iron, 18-degree 3-iron. He carries it 265.
An 18-degree. Well,
that's left.
Yeah,
well left.
That's not. Well, he kind of got away with that. That is not equatorial jungle, but it's close to it. Koepka for birdie at 15.
Patrick Reed is on the tee at 13.
He's got to find a swing. That finds a fairway. 3 bogeys in a row.
Great ball, Patrick. Keep it going, man. Patrick.
18 degrees is a strong 1-iron where I grew up.
Yeah, I remember when they had I had played some clubs that had the lost stamped on the face, and I had it, and that was in the more modern era, later mid to late 90s, and it was 16 on the 1-iron.
Wow.
And I could have putted with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 18, you're right. So 1 or 2. DJ, lengthy one here at 14.
Lovely putt. Just wanders uncomfortable distance.
Poulter for his birdie at 15. He's got 5 holes to play, and that sends him to 3 under par. So he is 5 back of Henrik Stenson, who has opened up a bit of daylight. That was for birdie for Carlos Ortiz at 14. The Fireballs just knocking on the door of the podium. The Ironheads just solid, 7 under par in 3rd place. LIV Golf growing the game. Fans of all ages.
Thinks he stole Dad's hat.
Look, he's got some SPF 30 at least on that dome.
That's when you at least want the fitted cap, so you don't have the little adjustable, you know, vent tan line in the back.
Just outside, yeah.
Just outside the hole. This one wandered, you know, maybe 6 feet by.
He's just so solid inside this range. By the way, Martin's got some medical assistance early on the tee box. I think he's okay.
I think some of Answer's tequila would do the trick.
Tee at 16, Troy Mullins watching Ian Poulter.
This should be an easier hole today. It's playing downwind. Shouldn't be any water trouble.
Oh, Taylor Gooch is somewhere. Oh, there he is.
There he is, yeah.
Let's get on the green ball. I don't know if you got any more than that from there, boss, have you? Oh,
that was a wonderful shot from down there. Right at the flagstick.
13th hole from our drone.
Kongwat Mai, they're right in the edge of that jungle.
Yeah. We got moved behind.
That was just a gigantic 3-iron, I'd have to say. He hit it past the other two guys. Both of them hit fairway woods.
The tee is so elevated here, and the fairways are still pretty soft. Henrik Stenson's got a little bit of mud on the ball.
Which side?
Right on the back of the ball.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, great shot.
Yeah. Wind died down mostly all the way now,
Pretty good
Dom?
above your feet. I mean, yeah, I mean, you got to think that turns that club close to almost a 132, let's say. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So I like that one then. And then 80. Yeah, 80%.
I'm standing with guys who've been here all day, and they say that's the best shot they've seen all day. The one Henrik just hit. Can Reed follow him? He can go at it.
Another nice one.
Pretty good. Maybe just past it.
It's got to be pretty thick down there.
It is, David. Not as bad as the lie on the last hole that he found, but he can't go for this pin. He has to play left of the bunker, try and land it on the front edge, 40 feet, leave himself a 40-footer for birdie. That will do. Walk off with a par. He made a mistake off the tee. Don't compound it. Although he's looking. Oh, he's looking at the pin. He and his caddy Dung having a little conversation. How's your tie?
Not great. Choose it out of there. That was not. It certainly wasn't where he needed to be.
Closing holes here in Bedminster. Action around the golf course. Laurie Cantor, 75 yesterday. This for his birdie at 5, and that's wonderfully judged. Member of the Cleeks team, Eugenio Chakara, tee shot at 4. Matthew Wolf almost aced this one earlier. Chakara needs to climb the pylon and would do so with a birdie at that hole. Matthew, well, he is hungry like the Wolf. This for birdie at 15 for the High Flyers. Taylor Gooch for birdie at 5. Not a Duran fan then, Jerry?
Just no. It's been, you know, we get a little punch drunk this time of day, so that was a brilliant line.
Thank you.
Is that what you wanted to hear?
No, not really.
Okay, neither did anybody else.
I didn't need you to tell me.
Even David smirked. This doesn't look like a lot of fun. The back bunker at 16.
Brooks Koepka back there. Left it short. Not bad.
It's the giant U.S. flag in the background. Still looks like it's blowing a little bit, Dom.
Yeah, but it has died a little bit.
It's a downhill slope where he was landing that. He had a lengthy shot. He really oh goodness, stop ball. Really needed to spin it down breeze. That was just a bad place to leave it, as Dom was telling us.
This is how it happened.
Yeah. Just a little too much ball.
Gooch to try and save par and keep it at 5 under on the day. Putter's working nicely.
Taylor Gooch, the major contributor for the 4 aces today. 5 under par. Dustin Johnson the next on 1 under. And at the moment, the 4 aces, their lead, which has been around 4 all day, is 4 at the moment. 17 under ahead of the Majestics on 13 under, and the Ironhead still 7 under.
Yeah, 3 scores count tomorrow, so you can make a sizable move. We haven't seen one through 2 events, a really big move in the final round, but it's possible. But it's going to be a 2-team race, it looks like, as we watch Bechara play his now 4th shot, Dom.
Yeah, back into the wind, uphill, should get it up and down, all settle.
Ortiz at 15, Swan.
His line is sitting way down there.
You'll play 180, 190. Straight down? Straight down. Line, you're going to
It's downwind right now. They're just picking spots or lay up. It's a long way away. Definitely don't want to leave yourself a long bunker shot here. That would be really tough. And I think right center of the fairway would be great for this whole location. That's totally fine.
Patrick Reed at 13. Maybe a misread at 13. And Poulter for birdie at 16.
Phil Mickelson, fan favourite, of course. 3 over for the competition so far. Spent some time on the practice
short game area.
Short game area with Troy Mullins, didn't he? Yeah. Let's take a look.
Oh, hey, Phil. Funny seeing you here.
I like to work on my short game. I don't hit the ball as far as you do, so I like to work on the area that I'm decent at.
Oh, just decent, right? But I'm actually here to ask you some questions and maybe get a few tips.
Okay.
So if we're going to this pin right here, where is your weight now?
So I'm assessing that based on the lie, and it's tight, so I'm probably 70-30.
Well, you see so many amateur golfers and even young golfers, junior golfers. I think a lot of people don't know. You hear this? You don't put it in the middle. That's indecision, right?
Go ahead and hit a shot because you have a little too much loft.
Okay. Wait, let me fix it then. Oh, no, I hit behind it. Nobody saw that. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay, but the thing is that, again, the leading edge stayed underneath the ball, which is ultimately what we want to have happen. We don't want it to bounce up and blade it. Okay, that's perfect there.
Whoa,
look how that may have
better.
made it. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Awesome. So that's why we always want to start with the back foot, because how much easier was contact
Oh, it's
there?
easy.
Exactly.
Wow. Phil, I've got to rush back to my bag and write all these things down on my notebook.
Well, with a little bit of short game, your scoring is going to improve just like everybody else's very quickly.
Yeah, I appreciate your tips, and I know you've had some luck here in New Jersey, so I wish you nothing but the best this week, and go get it.
Good luck with the game, Troy. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
How about that? Stenson here for birdie at 13.
Tell you what, short game lesson from Phil Mickelson. It's something that would go at auction for a pretty penny.
And it should.
Yes.
Stenson, by the way, on the pylon on the left-hand side, 5 holes to play in round 2 of 3, has a 4-stroke lead.
And that's with a double bogey at the 3rd today.
That's called a successful debut. Thus far.
Charles Howell at 16. This for birdie.
Have a mutual friendship with some people, Charles, know that own a Ford dealership in the Orlando area. Kisselback Ford. And Whenever there's a real cool card comes in that nobody else can get, Charles gets it first. Yeah.
Let's see if Troy's tips have paid off here for Phil.
No, he won't be happy with that.
Our leader on the tee at 14.
Runaway leader at the moment.
A lot of golf left to play, fellas. It's nice. He's not going to be complacent. 225 yards. Nasty pin. Just over that bunker.
Mashed potatoes.
Like I said, there's always one.
Well, action all over the golf course, as you know by now. Justin Harding, this for birdie at the par 5 8th, and it just drops in. He's part of Phil Mickelson's high flyers. Charles Howell the third, birdie at 15, 2 over today after his 3 under 68 yesterday. Graham McDowell, birthday boy, birdie at 6 for the Cleats. 43 today, Graham.
Reed on the tee.
Like the candle, Patty.
It's a good line, this.
Oh, yes.
That's cutting it close. That is penalty area just short of the green.
We'll stay right here for Pacharadom.
You know, he's a player. He's only 23, but he's been a pro 8 years. He's pretty experienced. He turned pro at 15, but he just cannot not aim at flags. He just thinks every flag's a green flag. And that last hole, he dropped a shot because his course management was poor. He'll learn.
Been a pro for 8 years. At 23.
Well, I turned pro at 17 with a 5 handicap, so I'm not really in a position to criticize.
That got better in a hurry.
Was it winning the ladies' tankard that encouraged that?
My first major, yes. Ian Poulter did exactly the same thing. He was 17 and lied about his handicap so that he could turn pro. Me too.
I passed up my 7th year of undergrad to turn pro.
Graham McDowell.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. It's his birthday. Wow.
There is not much daylight between that and the flagstick.
How many more rolls did that need? Carlos Ortiz at 15. Even par for the day today for the Fireballs, who are not having the best of days. That score will count as it stands with his captain Sergio Garcia, but between them only 1 under par today. Now Keimer.
This green is 55 yards long. Yeah, understandable.
2 birdies today.
On and 2, off and 3.
3 bee stings, no eagles. Phil for his birdie at the 8th. 7 over par for the competition as it stands.
Needed to be louder than the music. Schwartzel. He is 5 back.
That's not out of it.
No, far from it.
Taylor Gooch started the day. What he started 10 back.
Another lovely shot.
9 back he started the day. Making a big move in position, but not so much on the lead with Stenson playing so well. DJ.
No, that doesn't look great, does it?
No. Like a
difficult one to judge.
Yeah, just jumped on it. Catch a flyer around the greens quite easily. Back to the final group. Our leader for birdie. Long range, Dom.
Yes, and a lot of break too from the right. And it's up the first 25 feet, and then it's slippery the last 10, 15.
Dustin Johnson at the 15th for his birdie.
How about that? He hit a 2-iron, 317, and went past the pin. Action everywhere here on the golf course.
I'm going to christen this part of the course Rave Alley. Which holes are we talking about? 16th?
15, 16 is where the fan village is. And it sounds quite lively.
9 is pretty loud.
Yeah.
This is definitely a good spot if you're a fan. Get to catch a few holes here. Now DJ,
Like
great birdie opportunity.
Like a couple of my age type people, or maybe a little younger, said to me in Portland, this ain't your granddad's golf tournament.
Oh, yes. A crowd pleaser.
And Dustin narrows the gap on the leader, Henrik Stenson, to 3 shots. He's got 5 holes to play. Matthew Wolf for his birdie at 18.
Lightning fast. Yes.
Delightful.
Ortiz at 15.
What a great third shot into this whole location here. Needs to make this for himself and his team. Got it.
That gets him into red figures for the day. And up to 3rd place solo.
It also draws the fireballs level in 3rd with the Ironheads, who have dropped back to 6 under par.
Oh,
wow.
Probably to break more than that.
Audio team picks up so much sound on the course. Some good, some not so much.
It's just golf.
It's just golf.
So Pettit with his 2nd shot. He's playing the 2nd.
Oh, a dart. Over at 14. Stenson for par now.
I expected Patrick Reed to make that one. I think so did Henrik Stenson. Well, can't hit this very hard.
You're right, Dom. He didn't. And still 4.5, 5 feet.
Minimum 2-shot swing at the top of the leaderboard. Schwartzel on the 11th.
A good try.
So let's rejoin Henrik Stenson as he puts for bogey.
I don't know what what the greens crew are going to be doing tonight. Are they going to roll them and double cut them? They can't get much quicker than this, especially if the wind blows tomorrow.
This heat, I don't think they're going to risk losing them. So there has to be a little bit of hydration. (16) 177 yards today. Ortiz on the tee.
The crowd is pumping here. Signature hole located right behind the clubhouse. Plenty of people in there enjoying themselves. Downwind, this hole demands a solid approach into the green. I would say that's a solid approach.
Exactly the right distance.
Around the fountain.
Well, not much to see here at 16 except the water right in front of you. And one of the flatter greens on the golf course. Bunker behind has seen some play today.
And the hole over on that shallowest little shelf on the right.
Yeah.
Reed at 15.
Obviously not the longest player, but I think being downwind, he can get home in 2 also. He hits a good one here. Straight up the middle.
We can see this is definitely quickening up. Ball steaming up the fairway. Don't blink, Doris!
You saw Taylor Gooch climbing the pylon on the left-hand side. This is how he did it. He's having himself a day. He was 2 over yesterday, so 6 under for the day, 4 under for the tournament, climbing steadily up to a tie for 4th. Great news for the 4 aces as well. He's level with Patrick Reed.
Strap in. They're going to serve drinks on this flight.
That's left, though. Oh, I guess not. Sure looked it.
Flew Patrick Reed.
It did. The round Gooch is having 6 under par in the round. If it ended now, and it isn't because they all end at the same time in a few more holes, only 4 guys would even break 70, and he's on pace to shoot 65 or better with the easiest hole on the course still ahead of him, his last.
Well, I'm a little surprised at this.
Well, the fairway wood?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, downwind, we all know, take spin off the ball. It's hard to hit it offline downwind.
I got criticized the other day on social media for calling these woods because, you know, it's a fairway metal. No, it isn't. Oh, no. Your irons aren't made of iron either. They're made of steel.
A wood is
titanium.
a wood by tradition, not by the sum of its components.
Yeah, so wind your neck in.
Take that, Twitter.
The original one is in a box in Coventry.
I was about to say. I know the original. The fucking, that thing was so hot, that original one.
And the email continued on that we received years ago. Just because we no longer play it with a peach basket doesn't mean we call it nylon net hanging from a metal ring ball.
I will take your word for that one.
Laurie Cantor on the 9th. He's got 4 holes to play. Huge rugby fan, rugby union fan. Named after the school, the famous school where William Webb Ellis first picked up a football and ran with it, ball in hand. People decided
and got pummeled relentlessly by big guys.
People realized there might be some more scoring with this brand of the game, and they stuck with it. So rugby union was born.
Aussie rules, more my speed. It's a little more Americanized, like type feel to it.
You also get a point for missing, as I understand it.
Well, you still have you got 2 goals.
Yeah.
Taylor Gooch hasn't missed much today, has he?
No. He's got the easiest hole on the course ahead of him, and then this playing as one of the toughest, the 7th.
Oh, don't go left. Because if you go left, you'll usually go long.
Yeah.
Saddam Kalkanjana, a little earlier on for the Ironheads. This for birdie at the 9th. But the Ironheads have dropped to 4th place. Junichiro Kazuma, Torque having a bit of a shocker, 26 shots behind the 4 aces. That was for birdie at 13. And now Eugenio Chakara, his birdie at the 7th for the Fireballs, who are now in 3rd place, 7 under par. Turk Pettit for his birdie at 2. And he joins our leaders 3 strokes back of Henrik Stenson.
He was a good boy.
Worth remembering, Turk Pettit finished 45th in London, 46th in Portland, both out of 48, of course. And there he is, 5 under par, 3 strokes off our leader, Henrik Stenson.
Found something. Found something in the time off.
I guess that, I guess somebody was talking.
The Ironheads have dropped another shot, 5 under par now. 4 aces, Majestics and the Fireballs are on the podium. Here's Henrik Stenson, our individual leader.
Well, hitting that 2-wood. He's probably hitting the 2-wood again. 277 to the front. 324 all up. Leaking right.
It had plenty on it. Bill with his 2nd of the 9th.
Baby, it's all over it. Good deal, Bill.
Yeah.
Travis Smythe out at number 12. Lengthy one for birdie. 14th place currently.
.248 to the front edge, 295 all up. He'll take anything on the green, that's for sure. And this is leaking just slightly right.
Covered.
What a beautiful shot.
That'd be pretty good.
What a beautiful shot.
A little understatement there, Kessler Corain. That is better than pretty good.
Three over today. Our overnight leader, Patrick Reed. Staying for Bachara here, Dom.
He's got 233 to the front. Trying to get a signal from his caddy. He's ignoring me, like a lot of other people.
What's that?
I know the feeling, Dom. I did nearly 20 years of it.
I reckon this is his 4-iron though. Yep. Oh, this is a good line.
Yeah, into the heart of the green. That'll leave him. The flag is 47 on. So a long way left there.
It's a 4-club hole location.
Mm-hmm.
Dustin, not a good first putt at 16.
No, that was really aggressive, but right now he's got this tester. He's aiming this about 3 balls right. Oh, just too much speed. Greens are quick at the moment.
Sergio at 12, captain of the Fireballs, who are making a move towards the podium.
Third place in Portland?
Yeah, late drama on the 18th, wasn't there? Carlos Ortiz with that monster putt. Cue pandemonium amongst the Fireballs, who raced onto the green. Fantastic scenes in Portland, and they're setting things up for a similar finish tomorrow. Phil for birdie at 9.
Get in the hole! Get in the hole!
As it was told. Tip of the high flyers cap, and a thumbs up from Phil Mickelson.
Marty Keimer for par at 16.
Left to right. Not too much. It's going to be a little slippery. Well done. Other than that double bogey early on, he's been playing great golf.
Taylor Gooch putting this. Not a bad play at 7.
Yeah, wonderfully judged there. Well, he's not going great, but still a fan favorite.
After his lengthy isolation, that has to be just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, good feeling.
Yeah.
AJ just 1 foot either side of the line there, trying to figure out which foot is higher than the other. Trying to figure out the slope. Just a little left to right in it. Bogey for the big fella.
So Henrik Stenson's lead has moved back to 3 strokes, with 4 holes to play in round 2.
Yeah, and this is just the length of bunker shot you do not want.
Absolutely right, David. You know, so many things could happen here. He could go over the other side of the green, even if he hits a good bunker shot here. Everything runs away from him sharply.
Well, he went with less loft and just played the chunk and run.
Yeah, that's not bad. But not good. Have a look at the chunk here. Probably playing the wedge rather than the sand wedge here. Bumps that out a little lower.
Pitching or gappage, I overheard him speaking earlier on a lengthy bunker shot. He went to the 52 degree. Looks like the same perhaps there.
Yeah, maybe a gap wedge.
That was sitting down in a little groove as well. I think there was no option but the chunk and run.
Yeah.
How long is this putt, Dom? Oops. Be right back with you.
Before we get to that, James Pyatt of the Niblicks. This is his eagle putt at the 8th. Heartbreaker. Bernd Wiesberger of the High Flyers, the second shot here at hole number 2, holding his own at 2 over par. Bernd Wiesberger. Come on, my.
Dom, does he have enough club? Come on, mine.
Oh, with these speed of these greens, plenty, but he's got to take maximum break. 15, 20 feet right. Just dart it in around. You get it within 5 feet.
Just borrowed a little too much. Pretty good for weight.
Oosthuizen at 9. 4 to play. 2 to play for Louis.
His teammate for Stinger Golf Club, Charles Schwartzel, for birdie here at
the 12th. 4 under par, creeping up our pylon on the left-hand side. 1 under yesterday.
Stinger's 2 out of a podium position. They're 2 for 2 on podium positions.
Don't sleep on the Stingers.
No, it's like sleeping on your nibblings. Almost as painful.
That's Keimer. Schwartzel leading the way for his team today at 3 under, though.
Whilst that was happening, here's Henrik Stenson, our leader for birdie at the 15th. Not enough.
Oh, he's up against the seam there. It was difficult to get the contact that he wanted, maybe.
He shared the lead overnight. Henrik Stenson, who is 1 under for today with this man Patrick Reed, who has slipped back 3 over for today.
Made nothing the last half a dozen holes. He can walk off here with a birdie and be really disappointed.
Well, a little fist pump. That's cheered him up.
That's the first eagle on the golf course, not on number 8 in 2 days.
DJ on the tee at 17. About to unleash the hounds. That'll do nicely.
Come on, my for birdie, Dom.
Yeah, similar putt to Reed, slightly different angle, but it's going to move from his left. It's got a quick kind of rappy stroke, although it's just over the last few weeks, it seems like he's lengthened it slightly. The backswing's a little longer than I remember.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
Turk Pettit is 5 under par for the tournament, 3 off the lead. This is his second shot of the 3rd.
Oh yeah, a beauty.
Pettit a combined 31 over par for the first 2 competitions, and 5 under here in Bedminster.
This is Stenson now. Save par. You can't go bogey, especially on the par 5 for your second one.
Come on, Henrik. Need some love over here, baby. Let's go. Come on, go, baby. Let's go. Nice guys. Henrik. Run, boys! All the way, baby. Come on. Go, Henrik. Henrik. Henrik, you're looking good, though, man. Henrik looking snazzy. Love the Hugo boss.
70 front, 83 flag.
Yeah, because off that plate. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no.
That's the 185 plate. Yeah.
It's only round 2.
7-4
Wind. Pretty straight down, off the right. I mean, you see that flag is just going like this, so
It almost seems like it's got to be some 5 o'clock action there, though. Say 90% 9? Yeah, I'm great with that. Cool. All right, put it there.
I heard 90% 9.
$164 yards to that front right edge to cover the water.
Pretty good line once again. I'm pretty sure Pacharo has never played in front of a crowd like this. He's probably wondering what is going on here.
Not exactly just unique to LIV Golf, although a lot of places we do visit, it feels that way. This is simply the region of the country and the passion of the sports fans around.
Meanwhile, at the third hole, Turk Pettit for another birdie. Missed opportunity. That was to go level with Reed on 6 under in second place. 2 strokes behind Henrik Stenson, our leader.
Dustin Johnson at 17 is second.
Well, just coming out of the edge of the rough, couldn't get anything on it. Good shot though.
Stenson on the tee at 60.
Just like Reed, it's a 9-iron. Straight at it.
Carlos Ortiz with his second at 17. You're hearing the noise now. Imagine what it's going to be like in 24 hours time.
Ooh, a nasty little kick.
Well, won't be too happy with that. We got some time to spend with Carlos before the tournament.
It's blown me away how much better than I even imagined it is. Making that 418 and getting that third place was amazing. It's rare that you get those experiences.
Ortiz, does he like it? Does he like it? He loves it!
Having my teammates cheer for me on 18 hole and getting excited, it's awesome. You know, when you can have that kind of effect on people, it's great.
And look at the response from his teammates!
I don't think I've ever seen that or experienced that here before.
Carlos Ortiz!
Why can it not be this enjoyable every time we play a tournament? I mean, it's amazing. I love it. I couldn't believe how happy I felt. I honestly haven't had that much fun in a tournament before.
Carlos Ortiz is all smiles. Let's take a look at his statistics. Birthplace Guadalajara in Mexico. He was challenging Brandon Grace right up until the end in Portland, but then it was that putt that sealed third place for the Fireballs, and the teammates came running onto the green, and the Fireballs are there again in third place, 2 strokes ahead of the Ironheads.
wonderful look across the water from right near the clubhouse with our drone, live drone shot. Highly competent drone pilots, that's for sure. Of the lead group, not the final group. They're all final groups. Or so I've been reminded. Should be Bechara first, Dom.
It certainly is. And, well, he's hung in there tough. You know, like I was saying earlier, he has never experienced anything like this, so it's all new to him. He's going to learn, though. The thing is, he's not guaranteed to start in the rest of the series, or rest of the LIV Golf Invitationals. He needs to play well in the next 2 international series events on the Asian Tour in Singapore and Korea to keep himself up on that order of merit, to guarantee him starts the rest of the year here. I know he wants to play. Now, this putt, it's pretty flat. It's going to want to move left the first half of it, but then the second half, it's going to move back to the right, back towards the water. It's desperately unlucky on his last putt.
Talk about unlucky.
How's he doing?
Oh my goodness. Ah, our friend Tim Brando. Wonderful man. Louisiana is where I last hung out with Tim. You know Tim?
Oh, yes.
Oh, of course you do. Yes. He's
Great
a golf
fella.
addict, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Said he loves it.
Yeah, I've worked with Tim.
He never seems to have a bad day, Tim Brando. Nice touch there out of DJ. Stenson next at 16, Tom.
He never has a bad day, Tim Brando. He obviously doesn't hang out with you, Jerry.
Again, it's been years ago.
Oh, shots fired.
That's okay. That's, you know, just easy target, easy target.
Well, it's very quick. Everything slopes towards the water. But the good news, wind against him. So not as quick as it could be. It's from the left.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Henrik Stenson, 9 under par. Also moving up the pylon, Ian Poulter. This at 18 for birdie. Big putt here for Ian Poulter, and he made no mistake, 3 under par. Martin Keimer for birdie at 17, shaking off the 3 bee stings a few holes ago to go 4 under par. Let's go back to 16 and Patrick Reed for birdie.
Very similar putt to the one he just saw, but maybe a touch more break in this one.
Putts that were dropping yesterday for Patrick Reed just aren't finding the bottom of the hole today.
There's Taylor Gooch with his 3rd shot of the 8th.
That's his final hole. He's got that to...
Is that for a 65 or a 64?
That will be... I'm checking. Still learning this computer.
6 under for the day nonetheless.
He's fighting for 64.
To match the overnight leaders of yesterday.
We saw that possible yesterday, and we saw quite a few good scores. We didn't see that out there today when we drove around it earlier with this wind and those hole locations. Speed of the greens.
2 to play for Patrick Reed. 3 behind our leader, Henrik Stenson.
Yeah, the issue, yeah.
Lee Westwood, 3rd at 15.
be going.
Carlos Ortiz to save his par at 70. Well, let's head elsewhere on the golf course. David Hooves, third shot at the par 5, 8th hole. How close does this one get? Pretty close. Graham McDowell, birdie putt at the 8th as well. Happy birthday to GMAC, 43 today, 5 over for the tournament at the moment. And we head to the tee at 17, and Henrik Stenson about to tee it off.
Dangerous tee shot, this. Water up the right side. He's going to take it over the left trap. It's 270 to clear it. I think it could even be his forward, this. Not much wind at ground level, but you look at the tops of the trees, and it's still moving around pretty nicely, pretty briskly, fresh. Can't afford to block this. Agua awaits.
Yup. And he's done!
Still climbing when it got to the bunker at 274 carry.
So Taylor Gooch has had a fabulous day. And he is tied for third on 5 under par.
So yeah, yesterday we had 14 scores of 69 or better. 2 of them were 64. That's a 64 on a day when only 4 guys are going to break 70. That really is impressive. Oh, with a whirly-bird finish there.
Yeah, it was the Arnold Palmer finish right there. Please don't go left. The 17th hole. Round 1 score average right on 4. And there's the water that Dom was talking about. Squeezes in there. And a long, narrow green. Conway with the fairway wood.
Yeah, it's the right club, David. Hey, I mean, the ball will still be rising when it goes over that bunker.
Show some golf now.
Show some golf now, he said.
Enough of me. No commercials.
You got that right.
Commercial-free golf indeed. Henrik Stenson, the first Swede to win a major. Royal Troon in 2016. That famous
Swede
duel.
Sorry, I got to correct you. Male Swede.
Male Swede,
yes.
Excuse me. When he outdueled Phil on the final day, 63 to 65.
Sorry about that.
Sensitive subject. Yes, no, I know it's absolutely correct.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be on the ground with Phil and Henrik there in 2016, and it was probably the greatest afternoon of golf that I ever saw, and I worked all the way through the Tiger Woods era. And so that's saying something.
I worked the morning of that event, and then another colleague of ours and I went raced to the airport so we could watch you at the hotel on an iPad. It's the only way we could get it, the hotel. And that was really something.
Chase Koepka.
Ooh, what a good try. Putted beautifully yesterday. Another nice one there.
DJ at 18.
He's got 299. Wind is coming off their 7 o'clock, so slightly helping and pushing it slightly to the right as well. Everything on that front edge there rolls towards the water. I want to keep this on the left-hand side.
Come on.
Lovely shot. Didn't quite make the putting surface, but a good swing nonetheless. Kazuma on the 16th tee.
Rough day for talk today. Very rough. I'd say I had high hopes for the all-Japanese team coming in to Bedminster, but they are 26 shots behind the leading 4 aces. Combat Mai at 17, Don.
Nice tee shot, middle of the fairway, 185 yards. Another pin that, it's a flat green. It looks innocuous standing in the middle of the fairway, but you just have to tug it slightly with the wind that's coming from right to left. You don't want to go in that deep bunker left of this green. There's plenty of room right. There's a good 35, 40 feet. Start it at the right edge of the green, let it drift in.
Almost jars it on the fly. And that one settled down right on the seam between the semi-rough and the thicker stuff there. That'll be awkward.
Yards downwind there. Yeah, and that's to the flag.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to land it.
Almost right at 17.
Yeah. Go with that, Patrick.
Being in the rough really complicates matters once again. Downhill lie, grass line towards and downwind. He's got to try and land it a yard or two on the green.
Oh, sit.
Settle.
Down.
Settle.
Oh, it's jump cast. No. Stop. Somehow.
moving.
Oh. Over the green.
Converse third at the par 5, just barely, it looks like, in the primary cutter rough. But you can see some of the ball. Not going to be easy.
124 for Martin as he falls front at about 3 yards before the pin, but that was a solid shot.
His line at the TV tower. And a big 17 behind the green. 173 yards.
And he's done!
Oh, wow. He got that to check.
No
going
kid.
Downwind. Fabulous shot.
Well, he did tell us to show some golf.
Well, he did.
To the 11th and Phil Mickelson.
His final hole. Oh,
there it is. Landed like an old dog in front of the fire.
he just does that for fun, doesn't he?
Sure.
That wasn't necessary.
You
there.
didn't need to play that, but why not?
Like an old dog in front of the fire. Holtz at 1. Our leaders grouping, ambling up to the 17th. Patrick's and Kongwok Mai going to have their work cut out for him to make par. Stenson's got a really good opportunity after that amazing second for birdie.
We'll take you to the green at 4. Bryson DeChambeau.
DeChambeau with a chance down the gully here. Everything gathers down towards the hole. A good chance. Yeah.
Not a terrible lie for Reed there behind the green, Dom.
No, David, the grass is lying slightly against him, but you know, it's a much easier chip than what Patrick Kongwok Mai has. I'd rather take this, that's for sure. Not a lot of break, pretty flat. Just needs to make good contact. That's the most important element about this shot.
He does such a
chipping back into the wind.
Yeah, he does such a great job of not getting that club to dig by bottoming it out without any forward lean of the club.
Probably should have fluffed the lie a little bit.
It's a little chunky.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, tall
guy, he's gone.
Which one?
Punished there.
Out. You're leaving.
I'm not going to give you this. No, you're
DJ now with his third shot at the 18th. Back at 17. Kongwok Mai. That one is also going to be repelled by that slope.
That had to be just a terrible lie.
Yeah, that was always going to be awkward up against the seam there.
Lee Westwood on the 16th. This for the Majestic's captain to go 4 under par. He's challenging. He'll be there or thereabouts going into the final day here in Bedminster.
Keimer at 18, looking way outside the right.
Club 54, I'm sure will be lively for the après golf later on. It's been lively all day. Concerts and DJs to follow. The crowd encouraged to stay for as long as possible and party into the evening.
Out of his mark towards us, that's when it's going to start veering that way. I'd still play probably close to like a left edge. Okay. What are you thinking? More outside. More outside? Okay. I'm okay with that. I mean, I see what you see at the end. I see a whole lot of right.
Well, we have one less crowd member here because we just had a man ejected for saying something really stupid.
We're not done yet. It's a little louder than it was meant to be.
Third Pettit.
Yeah. Oh, you in stereo.
5 under par.
I know. Playing great. And as you documented in response to those first 2 LIV Golf events, this is really good. Not a surprise.
Where do you think that landed? It ain't helping.
Father Kevin is the pro at Indian Pines.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to I just wanted you to know.
Returned from North Carolina, just 23 years of age, the 2021 NCAA champion at Clemson. Chara for par on 17.
Yeah, this is quite important, isn't it? Doesn't want to fall 6 behind, and then probably 7 by the end of this hole.
Ian Poulter quietly working his way up the pylon and will join Lee Westwood 4 under par. A pair of Majestics, and Ian Poulter having a pretty good day. And Phil Mickelson, he's picked out a High Flyers fan. Happy to stay and sign for the crowds here. Working his way back to form, working off the rust from a long period out of the game. DJ for birdie at 18. Closes the gap on Stenson to 3 shots. 2 to play.
Throw on the path. Nice.
Reed for bogey. Slips back to 5 under par alongside his teammate Taylor Gooch, a stroke behind another teammate Dustin Johnson, 3 behind Henrik Stenson. Under par for Henrik Stenson. Hard to believe he made a double bogey earlier on today. These are some of his highlights. This is for Eagle at the 8th. He started to claw things back. A couple of steps backwards, helped it into the hole on the right-hand side. At the 10th, for birdie, started draining putts from distance. Henrik Stenson did the old alley-oop. In it went. Now the second shot at 13. Henrik Stenson has given up a lot, relieved of his Ryder Cup captaincy role after joining LIV Golf, and he's making a point here in Bedminster. Birdie put at 16 here for the Swede. Perfect pace. And the second shot at 17 that led to that last birdie you just saw. Another excellent round of golf so far with 1 to play for Henrik Stenson. He is 10 under par for the tournament.
Absolutely. It's 3 with 9 playing at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
You got it?
Anything split into 2 further bunkers.
Absolutely.
I want to come down and have a spiral.
All right, quiet everybody again.
10, yeah? 10 o'clock.
They've got the tee up just like they did yesterday, but it's a 3-shotter today. Definitely with this club. Just aim it at the right edge of that left bunker and let the wind drift it back to the middle of the fairway. It's driven the ball beautifully. It's just that one bad tee shot on 3.
He was aiming up the right side of the fairway, trying to draw it back, Dom, and it didn't draw. But it did enough.
Right down Broadway, Pat. Come on, Pat.
Great look at the closing hole, par 5. As Dom said, tee moved up a little bit today. Scoring average just a shade under par. Par 5s are usually the easiest holes on the course. This one is challenging. You can make a good number here, but the layup is extremely tight. The green is very, very shallow with about as much slope as any of them. Now Reed with driver.
Straight up the middle.
Right down Broadway. Patty, screw the haters. Let's go, Patty. Go, Patty. Come on. Well done. Right down Broadway.
He does play along with people in the crowd, be it good or bad to a certain extent, but there is a line everybody has of just human nature.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's hit hard, Dom, but left a little.
Left. Let's go, Patty. Come on. With this thing, Patty. You're a rock star.
Oh. Well, that's 3-shotter for there. He might have had the length to give to go at 2. No, he has the length, but not from there.
44 total.
Yes.
Fairway 2 here. Ian Poulter.
Going at 150, right?
Yeah.
What takes the knuckle out?
Knuckle 35.
Okay, well, we're taking the knuckle out anyway.
Yeah.
So,
That's what.
Come on.
Come on, Wayne.
Come on. Let's miss the green left.
Oh, the merch tent is open and doing a rare trade. Need to stop by there at some point.
Before it opens would
use
be a
my
good time.
staff discount.
Yeah.
Lee Westwood, second shot at 17, his last hole. Lovely.
Charles Howell, the third at the second. What was it, Chucky 3 sticks?
Chucky 3 sticks. Yep.
Turk Pettit for birdie at 5. Five under for the day. Once that gets put away, and he is up there, challenging. Good to see the youngsters like Pettit, like Taylor Gooch. You see today on the bottom of your screen, Taylor Gooch for the 4 aces, 7 under for today. Turk Pettit 5 under for today. Sean Norris on the tee at 7.
Well, if you had to pick a hole to finish on, I probably wouldn't choose this one. You know, I wouldn't want to start on it, wouldn't want to finish.
Don't want to play it.
No.
You can't even lay it up.
Oh, get down.
He's a fun guy to chat with.
Yeah, it's going to be left. And long. That is... I'm surprised that's not in a divot.
Wind off the right as well.
That's because most guys are putting. Wisely. Locator look at the 3 players at 18. Stenson first to play.
10:30.
Right edge of that deck. Just right of the bunker.
Correct. So left edge of the left into the left third of the back bunker.
Yeah, it's like a gap between the tree and the building.
So you said gap between the tree. 10:30.
He's aiming for the tree right behind the green to the left. We're kind of in the middle of that big bunker just to the left of the green. But he's a long way back. The further up you go, the narrower the fairway is. This is not an easy layup.
What was that? Did not expect to see that. That will leave an extremely difficult third shot to this flag on the left-hand side.
Dustin, his final hole. Ooh, little branch on the backswing. Just getting it forward is pretty well done there. Very well done.
Yeah, that's a really good shot.
Reed.
Much lower ball flight. Looks good.
That looked pretty from behind.
Ian Poulter.
Oopsie.
Oh dear.
That can happen.
He has to get that up and down to shoot even par today. Not going to count. Looks like Westwood will count for the Majestics, along with Stenson, of course.
Here's our Portland winner, Brandon Grace. 1 over for the competition thus far.
But leading the way in Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year, as it turns out, if there were such things in LIV Golf.
Next year, maybe.
Maybe so.
Brandon Grace had a fabulous weekend in Portland just a few weeks ago. Let's take a little look back at his crowning moment. What a shot! Safely onto the green for Brandon Grace. And that will just about do it. Extraordinary! A stunning final round at 65 on the final day. Brandon Grace takes victory in Portland. 2 shots ahead of Carlos Ortiz, and Stinger came second as well in the team competition.
That was Westwood for birdie at 17. So he'll finish his day with a par, stay at 4 under, and currently 6 back of his teammate. Speaking of which, the newest member of the Majestics, Stenson, will be first. Dom?
And look at him, he's walked 100 yards up there. He's got an awful lie. Deep down in the long grass, lying against him slightly. He's got 142 yards to the pin, 130 to cover the water. Unfortunately, because he's in the right rough, he's got to go over the water if he's going to challenge the pin. But I think the reason he walked up here, he wanted to take a look at the slope to the left of the green. I think he might just take the water out and miss the green 8-10 yards to the left, if he can get there. The lie is really thick.
So it's just for a visual point, 25 strokes, 1-3-7-2.
Got it?
Yeah, he's going to go left.
Well, he brings bogey into play with that play, but certainly takes double out of play.
Pretty much all he had there. Couldn't really even advance it up flag high. I mean, he may have put that in a spot where he can fly it all the way and spin it. Certainly what he would like to do. More than likely, he's going to bump it in front of him and let it dribble on the green and trickle down to the hole. A little dribbling and trickling.
Sounds like a night out in my university days.
On the other hand, these two, Reed and Conwat Meyer, will be disappointed to walk off this green with fives. He's got to get down.
This is going to be all right. That putt to play in the final, in the lead grouping tomorrow. Bachara next, Dom.
Yeah, I wonder after seeing Reed's shot, has that maybe convinced him to go the same route? Or is he going to just try and land it perfect yardage? 77 yards.
Didn't look like the spinner. A little more trickling.
It's a commanding lead at the moment for Henrik Stenson. 4 shots ahead of Dustin Johnson. And here is Dustin Johnson to get within 3.
This would be improbable after that tee shot under the tree.
Yeah, he'll take 4 and sign the card.
And he'll be able to play that hole for his first hole tomorrow, not his last.
Yeah, pretty far.
Yes.
Stenson's getting in some steps this hole, Dom.
Yeah, he certainly is, and it's not dance steps either, even though the music is blaring. You know, he's just trying to figure out his options. It's a really difficult shot to judge perfectly. The one thing he does not want to do is leave it short. He's got hardly any room. Once he hits the edge of the green on the angle he's coming in, it's straight downhill. I think he was looking right at the pin. Try and get it maybe 10, 15 feet back uphill. The more he goes towards the pin, the more it falls away from him when it hits the green. And this is tricky. He's got to judge the flight, land it perfectly, get the right trajectory. As simple as that, guys.
Sure. thinking about one or two bounces short of the green. It'll fall on a little high. It's an understandable mistake.
Still be his turn, and he'll be playing his 5th from off the green for our leader by 4.
You can see the team leaderboard bottom right of your screen. The 4 aces going well. 11 under at the start of play, 9 under today. They have a 5-stroke lead over Henrik Stenson and Lee Westwood, Sam Horsfield, Ian Poulter on 15 under par. The Fireballs have climbed into a bronze medal position. Look out for Stinger as the Ironheads have just slipped away in the closing stages on day 2. But 3 scores rather than the 2 from days 1 and 2 will count tomorrow, so a lot could change very, very quickly. But all eyes here on the individual leaderboard and Henrik Stenson with his 4-stroke lead at present.
He's just got to get it to the edge of the green, and gravity will take care of the rest.
He avoided the big number, or the really big number.
Brendan Grace at his final hole. 16th, par 3, just across the pond from 18. Nice par there. There's a great look at the proximity. Wonderful setting to see so much action. And this will be Reed for birdie to break out of the tie at 5 under and play in the final leaders pairing.
And within 3 shots of the lead.
Yes.
Big difference from where it stands right now.
All the scores in green on the pylon, by the way, are the completed scores today.
Oh, wait. Is there a way to get to that?
Next, Tom. 1 eagle and only 1 birdie on the card today. 2 over for the round.
I just had a quick chat with him. He said he's hit so many good putts today. Can't believe a couple of them didn't drop. Hey, you know, this one goes in. He's 5 back. Who knows?
Well done.
still got Henrik Stenson for his bogey. Conwat my around in 72, 1 over for the day, 4 under for the tournament. And as Dom mentioned, could be 5 back here of Henrik Stenson going into the final day. So round completed for Henrik Stenson, who is 9 under going into the final round. We've just got Patrick Reed's tap in. I think we just heard it. Yes, we did. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here as the leaders complete their rounds. The top shots of round 2. Henrik Stenson, this was for Eagle. He had a double bogey earlier in his round. A couple of steps backwards here. He thinks it's in, he thinks it's in, it is. Second shot at 17. He would make his birdie. Dustin Johnson is yet to carve a round over par in LIV Golf, and it's this sort of putting that is the reason, and he'll be in the final grouping tomorrow. This for birdie at 4 for the 4 aces. And how about Taylor Gooch? He'll be in that final group as well. He's on 5 under par after a 64 on a relatively higher scoring day today. So here is the leaderboard going into our final day at Trump National in Bedminster. Henrik Stenson, 9 under par, has a 3-stroke lead over Dustin Johnson, and Henrik Stenson is with Dom Boulay.
Henrik is not a 64. Despite a tough start and a difficult finish, you must be delighted with this round of golf today.
Yeah, I was hanging in there. You know, I didn't feel at the warm-up and out here that I had my best stuff today. Certainly a lot less than we played with yesterday. So, yeah, very pleased with that. I had a rough start, hit a loose tee shot on 3 and ended up making a scramble for double on that one and fought my way back and, you know, 3-putt from long range on 14 and then 2 great birdies, 16, 17. Had some lovely 9-irons on those 2 holes and capitalized on those. And then, yeah, just a really poor layup here with a 5-iron on the last. And you know, that kind of left me in a bad spot and ended up dropping one. So that always stings on a par 5, but all in all, like you say, I'm happy to shoot under par and hang in there.
You got a nice lead. Do you want conditions to be like this today, like it is today, tomorrow, or would you like it more calm like it was yesterday?
I think if it's tougher, it's probably tougher to shoot a low score, and it becomes slightly different. You know, today is a little bit more of a survival test out here, and these greens are slopey, they're quick, so you got to try and be in the right spot and scramble when you miss greens. And yeah, it's, I don't know, but I mean, I don't choose the weather, I just play in it.
Well, great playing. Good luck tomorrow. Love to see you pull this off.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Dom Boulay there with Henrik Stenson. I thought that was a terrific final question there by Dom in terms of the conditions, because they did play a role today, didn't they? So yeah. Interesting that Henrik, well, he's not a weatherman, is he?
It was a terrific final answer as well.
Yeah.
You know, he played really well. And any time you start like that, you know, you get 2 over after 3. Made that bad double bogey in the 3rd. Really showed some backbone, I think, today in coming back the way that he did. And Taylor Gooch, what a round of golf.
Yes, speaking of which, can you see past the 4 aces, Jerry, tomorrow in the team competition?
The Majestics were the first one to really embrace the team concept long before the first event, LIV Golf event, and I think they're 5 back. They really want to win their first one, and then it's going to be a dogfight for 3rd place. That'll all become so much more important tomorrow.
Yeah. Lee Westwood and Ian Poulter are also challenging in the individual competition. We are poised for a bonkers final day in Bedminster. From the entire LIV Golf broadcast team, we'll sign off for today. It was a blustery one. It was a beautiful sunlit day. It was tough out there, but we've seen some terrific golf. We hope you can join us for our grand finale tomorrow. It should be pretty special if the last day in Portland a few weeks ago is anything to go by. We will sign off for now wherever you're watching across the world. Join us at 1 Eastern tomorrow. Goodbye for now.